It's gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution. Call it whatever you need. Make a resolution. Battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all go down in flames. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Ooh, let it all burn. Ooh, let it burn. Let it all burn down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down.
Good morning. It's definitely morning. Is it good morning? On a scale from 1 to 10, are you here? Are you here? I'm awake.
So am I?
That's enough for now.
Yeah.
We'll make it work. Welcome. Good morning to day 2 here on our cozy little studio stage.
Good morning.
He is also awake. All right, let's get things started. I'm not sure that we need to introduce Bernhard a lot. We all know he is a master violinist. In a nice little callback to yesterday, in his Slack profile picture, he has an elephant on his head. Or two. My bad. And he is one of the masterminds behind the ESER. So let's see what he wants to tell us about it. Give us a big round of applause for Bernhard. And one last thing, don't forget to submit your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, fellow Neosians, and welcome to this year's episode of the Graph Theory Hangover Talk. No, I'm just kidding, we're just talking about testing content graphs. And don't be bothered too much with this one. That's just the dependency graph within the event source content repository's test suite that we will have a closer look at. So yeah, I'm Bernhard. After last year's deep dive into the content repository's PHP API, I would really like to have a look at what I would call is the heart of the content repository itself, the test suite. So I will do this in 2 parts. So first, we'll have a look at testing the universe, or since we're talking about the event source content repository with workspaces and alternate realities, the multiverse. And then I'd like to show you how you can use that in your own projects. because the test suite is designed so that you can use it yourself. So testing the multiverse. I mean, in such a complex project, it's like, okay, of course we test, but why do we test? How do we test? And how exactly do we do this? And also, what do we need to test in the first place? I've brought a little example, which is my favorite, actually. So we want to move a node from A to B. That's easy, right? You have a node, then you reconnect the hierarchy relations, and you're happy, right? That's it. What could possibly go wrong? So, yeah, well, so we have variants of nodes. You can translate them, for example. Then we can do really nice things, like we can delete some variants of nodes or move them somewhere else so that they're scattered around the content graph. And now we want to move a node to a new parent between two siblings. Now the one sibling doesn't even exist in the other language, for example, and the other sibling is moved to another parent. So what do we do here? So yeah, it's solvable, but we have to make a lot of decisions. First, which variants do we want to move? Do we just want to move the blue node, or do we also want to move the red one? Then when such a conflict happens, like, okay, node B doesn't exist in red, how do we solve this? Is C available, or do we move A then to a new parent because the sibling C is at a new parent location? This all has to be decided, and every decision has to be tested. And then there's another nice thing in EOS 9. We have subtree tags. So basically, you can tag a node, and all its descendants will also have the same tag. So how does this affect move node, right? Depending on which node I move and which variants of the node I also move, which variant will then get which tags. And so that this is not too easy, we also have workspaces and nested workspaces. So here's our multiverse. Each operation has to be tested that it only affects your workspace and not like the base workspace you forked your one from. So everything you do in your workspace doesn't affect live immediately. But after publishing, it does. So basically, all features in the content repository have additionally to be tested regarding publishing. So basically, content management is a mess, and I just need to test it. So where do we start from that? We have several layers of safety in there. The first thing that comes to mind is static analysis. So somewhere in the middle of the project, we decided to refactor large parts of the code base, and it was like, okay, refactoring gets a lot easier if you have static analysis in place. So we raised PHP stand from level 0 to 8, which is quite some effort. It helps a lot if you have a rainy weekend or something like that. And it can be very meditative. So what this is good for, first of all, you learn a lot about what you can actually refactor in a meaningful way. You detect a lot of null thingies, which are sometimes useful, sometimes not so much. And yeah, when you do the actual refactoring, then that helps a lot. So yes, so we raised PHP stand to level 8, and yeah, that's the first layer. So the next one would be unit testing. We do have some parts in our code base where there is some in-memory PHP calculations going on. That's where unit testing comes in really handy. And we use value objects and the likes a lot, so no services that have to be mocked we can just basically just test our value objects. And yeah, that works right nice. We chose PHP unit to do this. And if you want to have a look at how we use this, my favorite unit test is, of course, the interdimensional variation graph, which calculates all the fallback mechanisms. So, for example, yeah, right, you have like German and Swiss German, which does then a fallback to German if it has not been translated. And this thing can basically answer all the questions which language, for example, is a specialization of something else. And there's a lot of logic going on, and unit testing this is quite nice. Yes. Then what to test in an event source system, right? So we don't have just our graph projection and the graph structure where we can do certain operations on. We also have an event source system which is kind of special regarding this. So what can we test, or what should we test? The first thing is, of course, command handling. So given a certain state, when a command is executed, then we have an event or an exception. Of course, we rely on certain features beforehand. So testing those with unit tests is really essential here, because some constraint checks are done with those classes we prepared beforehand. So we have hard constraint checks, something like, does this language even exist, in which we want to create a node, for example. Then we have soft constraint checks, which asks the current state of the content graph. So can I create a node there? Does the parent node actually exist? So this is something that we ask the projection and not the event store. And yeah, that are the so-called soft constraint checks. And we can test the translation of commands to events, right? So we get a command in and we expect a certain event with a certain payload. Then we can, of course, test projections. So given a certain state, when an event happens, the state should be most certainly another state afterwards. Yes, so we can also test queries and read models on the projection. And the good thing is, in case of an error, we can just replay the projection, right? So it's not so super important to test it. The thing is, yeah, soft constraint checks, right? So if we do not properly test our projection, but rely on the projection to then take decisions in the command handling, we're basically screwed, right? So let's not test the projection, but test it really thoroughly. And just don't let those constraint checks fail. So and now we're somewhere where basic unit testing tools like PHP unit are not designed for, but there are other tools like Bernhard where you can just do basically end-to-end testing. And that's what we did. So the first attempt we did was we test from event to projection. So we said we have some state, then we publish an event, and then we expect a certain other state. That's quite nice in that you limit the scope of the test, and they don't get too big. The problem is instantiating the events is rather complex, right? Often the decisions that have been made in the command handler, you have to do them in your head when writing the events, which also can happen that you create events and test for events that couldn't even have happened. And that's a really big issue, especially in this move node case we had before, right? So I can imagine a lot of edge cases which I have to take care of in tests. And then there was this point where I said, okay, could this act as the state that I'm thinking about? Could this actually have happened? And often, no, this couldn't have happened in the first place, so I don't have to test against it. So what we did next was, okay, we start on a step earlier. We say, okay, we have a given state, then we send the command. We expect a certain event to be sent and then a certain state. So this is basically end-to-end within PHP. And yeah, the tests are actually easier to write, or the scenarios are easier to write. All those nasty edge cases that are just flooding your brain with what could possibly have gone wrong, they're just gone because they could never have happened, because the command handlers already catch them. And yes, so writing the tests and maintaining the tests suite got really better, and it was a lot more fun to work with it after we switched from events to commands. I mean, the downside is obviously that the tests get larger, but they also cover more ground, so why not? So I guess the most important thing of all is divide and conquer. You can't just test the whole system at once. You have to define some classifications or distinguishing between features so you can even grasp what you're doing. How to deal with interdependent test cases, right? So like the more complex features like move node, they get a lot more interesting when you are able to already delete variants. So you move something with its translation somewhere, but the translation parent has been deleted. You have to test for that behavior, so this should obviously throw an exception because it doesn't make any sense. But you have to already have tested remove before you can properly test move. So you have dependencies between that. From time to time, you have circular dependencies. So you just have to decide which one to test first, which feature, and then add the other tests for this feature to the depending feature once they are implemented. So in the first slide, what we saw was this variation graph, the dependency graph within the test suite, and it was mostly made in a sensible way. So what do we have to do first? First, we have to create a root node, right? We can't do anything without a root node, so that's independent from everything but workspaces, of course, but okay, we start with the root node. So then we can create other nodes because you always need a parent node to create a node. Then we can do variation. This doesn't need anything else. Then we can start modifying nodes, like setting properties and so on. So that helped a lot because we could give the tests a certain order, right? You have to execute test suite 1 first, then 2, then 3. Originally, this was made for the Postgres adapter, where you can then implement a new database adapter step by step. But later on, it was also really nice to have an overview. Okay, which features are already covered and which are not, and which feature depends on which other feature. The next really big step forward for me, especially, was feature classification. When you do operation in the graph, you have certain different types of operations, right? You have, for example, node operations like move, like set node properties, right? So the moment you know that this is a pure node operation, that this has nothing to do with the hierarchy and so on, there are a lot of edge cases and constraint checks you don't have to do. Then there are pure edge operations, which affect, of course, the structure, given there is a new parent, for example. And then you know, okay, I have to check, for example, for subtree tags or the other features that are hierarchy related. And then I have an overview about what I actually have to test in this case. And especially move node gets a lot less interesting once you know it's a pure edge operation. So we had like really many edge cases. Then there was so the consideration, okay, which of these edge cases are even interesting for us. And so we ended up with just, I don't know, like 6,000 or 8,000 test steps. And that would have been a lot more if we didn't make that discovery. So an example. So we have talked a lot about theory. Now let's look how this actually looks like in the BI test. So first, we have our adapters here declared. So for example, this move node test is just implemented for the test implemented in general, but only the general DBEL adapter passes this test. The Postgres adapter will be added soon, TM. So what do we do? All right, background description, and then what's important for our tests is that we set up the whole content repository from scratch. So we decide which dimensions are there, which node types are there, and then you can also define multiple content repositories if you like, and then you just say, okay, I'm in content repository default, please use that. And this can all be done declaratively here, so that's really nice for us to set up edge cases. For example, for this move node case, we just don't care much about node types. That gets a lot more interesting in more special cases. So then, of course, we have to create a root workspace, because without a root workspace, we can't create any workspaces or nodes. Then we need a root node. This is this one, and then we create some, a lot of nodes as the state before. And then we have the certain strategies how to move. So you can decide, do I want to move all variants or just this variant I'm looking at, or this one or its specializations. And so it's basically the whole test suite 3 times. So then we execute the command, we give the payload, then we expect a number of events to be published, and we already only care about the last one, because, as we know, all these node creation commands that were executed before, they were already tested, right? We know that at this point, so we can just check the last event. It should be at that exact position, but we're sure that the others already work right. So now I can just query the subgraph and say, okay, I need some node, so I have some identifier and I want that node. And this node has to be child of something and has no preceding siblings and the following succeeding siblings, and so on. So now we switch the dimension space points to see to check all the variants, so that the fallback mechanism is properly respected, and so on. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of stuff being tested here, and this gets a bit long. But yes, I guess it's about 1,000-something lines, and that's just write one feature file of dozens. So in your project, you probably won't have to test that much, but on our infrastructure level, we just need that, right? So here you can see also the order of things, right? First root node creation, so after that we're sure that works, then node creation, node variation with the languages, for example, modification, referencing, so we can have bidirectional references between nodes, disabling, removal, and then move node. Then comes renaming, and somewhere later there will also be proper test coverage for change node type. So yeah, that's basically how this is set up. Almost the right one. So. Yeah, one more thing, we have some special case, right, with concurrency, because we're a content management system and there can be multiple editors doing the same thing or different things or conflicting things at the exact same time. So how do we do this, right? We can't do this in a single PHP testing process, because in the real world there will be 2 processes running at the same time. So we need something parallel, right? So there is a tool called Paratest, which is based on PHP unit, which runs multiple tests in parallel. It's actually designed to run large unit tests suites in parallel so that it's faster, but it can also be used with a few tricks, because we basically just need the parallel execution so that we bootstrap the content repository once, or set up the content repository once for both processes, and they then simulate two real editors so that we can test those conflict cases. We don't need that too much. It's also quite a hassle to bootstrap the content repository from scratch without any framework support, but it works. And so why not? So now the interesting thing. So I mean, it's really nice, right, for you to know that we test this so thoroughly, but it would be nice if you could use just those features yourself, right? Because, for example, you write an importer, then you would like to define some state, then run your importer, and then test the new state. Would be helpful, right? So yes, that's the case. So what do you need for that? The CR test suite itself is a separate package, which you can just require as a dev dependency via Composer. There's an integration package for the registry. So you saw in these examples, we set up a new content repository from scratch. That's not what you want to do, right? You want your configuration to be loaded, and then everything executed with your given node types, your dimension config, and so on. So that's already covered. There's a test suite for the registry, which is used by Neos internally. And what you actually need is just PHP unit if you want to do unit tests, or pure Bhat, and of course a database, right? Because you have to write the nodes somewhere. So basically that's all you have to do in Composer. Then setup. I have an example here. So you have to set this up, right? You have to bootstrap Flow so that the registry can work. Then you need the test suite trait, which has all these nice when command create node, aggregate with node was executed, and so on. These are all integrated there. Then we have the subject provider from the registry, where you can just say, yeah, please use the content repository that we have in our project. And you can have your custom traits, which in my case was the Starship initialization, which had some helper methods to set up, right, the Starship, what else? And yeah, then you have to initialize the whole stuff. Then you can implement your own steps. That's basically just pure Bhat. One question, who of you uses Bhat? Okay, so you basically already know that. For this, it's basically just PHP methods, right? So in this case, we have this React PHP Ratchet server running in the background that has to be started. And then we can just initialize some game master that starts issuing commands to certain consoles in the Starship. And you can also do more mundane things like starting your importer, right? That's not too hard. Because Flow is already bootstrapped, you can just inject stuff, and that works out of the box then. And then you just write the test, basically just like we saw before, right? So you just say, okay, the stage is set. Initialize content repository default. So this is easier for you then. You just have to say, okay, I have the default content repository and nothing else. Please just use that. Thanks. And I am in that content repository. Then I set up the Starship with registry number 75567. Who knows the Starship? Some of you. So, and then there you can just use our custom testing steps like, okay, I want to add a few more nodes. And I start the LCAS server, and then the game master queue is logged in, and then someone has some console output. Or just really test your importer. And then you can basically just run them with a Composer script, right? Yeah, that's not too hard. So basically just go to your directory, run Bhat, and be happy. Except, for example, if you need flow authentication or so, then you have to do a few flow tricks. But I think there's quite some documentation on that. Or you just look into the flow Bhat test themselves. It's right there. So considerations. Can I run this in my CI? So the problem, or my problem in the beginning was, okay, can I actually do this in a large scale? And I mean, the first set of tests, the first 8,000, I think there was, they took like half an hour to run. It was like, okay, do I really want to do that in my regular project? And yeah, we sped that up a bit. So just for the CR test suite itself, there are about 12,000 test steps by now. There are, I think, 300 or 400 behat scenarios, and they take less than 2 minutes. And I don't think you will write 12,000 test steps in your project, so that should be actually doable in a couple of seconds. So yeah, just do it. And then, yeah, the thing about Fusion, right? So doing this in PHP is really easy, and I mean, I do a lot of integration in Neos in PHP because of type safety and so on. And then it's really easy to just test this. But we also have Fusion tests in Behat and Neos 9, so you can have a look at the Neos package, how it does it. So you could even set up content repository, your content repository, add a few nodes, run some Fusion code, and see what happens. So conclusion, so is it worth the effort? So I'd say yes, by all means. Larger refactorings like the last minute refactorings we're doing right now, they're a lot easier, I guess, with the test suite in place. It might help with onboarding new team members. We should ask the new team members about that because you actually see what the code is doing and don't have to check yourself. Yeah, as I told you already, so static analysis, adding to your code, it takes a lot of time, but it's also, yeah, it's not so hard. So you can just do it when it's raining or something like that. One caveat, and there is this there, so I called it the test-driven dementia. So when I refactored the interdimensional variation graph because I thought it was too slow and some operations were done multiple times and then that doesn't make any sense, so I just refactor it, right? Because I have tests. And so I refactored it and the tests were red. And I was like, okay, what if I increase that value? It's still red. Okay, if I decrease it by one value, okay. What I'm actually doing here? Shouldn't I be the one who understands this code? So yeah, that's a trap you can fall into, and just take a step back, think what you're doing, and then fix the code. So is it any fun? Testing the content repository is by far the most challenging endeavor I've taken in this project. And I mean, there are also recursive CTEs in the Postgres adapter with the hypergraph and so on, but testing this whole stuff is far more exhausting. And a properly done edge case analysis is something that you don't do every day. So how do you survive that, right? Someone has to type all those lines to get up to like 10 or 20,000 test cases. For me, it's just make fun of it, right? You saw already the identifiers with Sir David Nodenborough after the famous ship, and Nodi make node phase after the famous submarine they automated on that ship. And yeah, that helps a lot. I mean, it sounds silly, but it's really what keeps you going when you write all that code. So that's it for me. Here's some references where you can have a look at all that. So the test suite has a separate package. The Behat tests are within the distribution, and you can have a look at that. And yeah, questions?
Thank you very much, Bernhard.
We bring questions and gifts.
Oh yeah, and a bee hotel.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
And some tea and honey for you.
Ooh.
That makes testing a lot easier.
Yes,
Yeah.
surely.
So the whole past day, we've been starting the question function by testing it quickly. And that usually happens with one of us, asking the question test or ping. This is the first time that I saw assert true as the first question. Let's start. Someone asks, when working with the new CR in my own implementations, what would be important to test? You already mentioned an importer. Where would you recommend writing thorough tests?
Basically, for my part, I don't test everything, right? So if teaser slider 47B is a pixel off, I don't really care. But where the business logic happens, right? There might be legal constraints or the customer's really unhappy because sales break down because the catalog doesn't work or something like that. That's something I definitely test. And I can say that in my NEOS 8 projects, without this, I always say, okay, can we please upgrade to 9? I just want the test suite to work this through. Yeah, right. So yeah, that's absolutely something that should be tested.
In my experience, also automatically test the things that break all the time.
And spaceships.
Spaceships never break,
Right.
except when the plot demands it.
Next question. What's missing to increase PHP stand level to 9?
That's a good question. I think we just didn't try. And I think not much value is added from 8 to 9. But I think we should just do it. That's just, it's not just that high on the priority list.
All right. And final question. How long do these tests take to run?
Oh, I think the whole test suite with everything altogether is like 4 or 5 minutes. The CR test suite alone is like 1 minute 50. And yeah, that's including database and everything. So yeah.
Not enough to get a coffee.
No, that's not even enough to get coffee, especially not to get tea. So
I remember running tests and being like, okay, now let's get a coffee or 2.
So and as I said, so these are tens of thousands of test steps. You won't have that many in your project, so it should be a couple of seconds. Right.
Great. Thank you so much, Bernhard.
To you. Don't forget to rate his talk. Oh yeah. So in your app, like yesterday, rate his talk, because today is going to be the Best Speaker Award at the closing of the conference. So what's next here in about 10 minutes? In this room, we have Felix from CodeQ about LLM-based content management solutions. And downstairs, I think he already left the room, Sebastian Bergmann with testing with doubles, and the why, when, and how is the basic questions of this universe. So have fun this conference day 2.
And see you later.
Some hard days, life might get crazy. Oh, we can try, but it will never stop me. Oh, this is the start of something beautiful. And oh, this is the start of something you should gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution. Call it whatever you need. Make a resolution. Battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all go down in flames. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Ooh, let it all burn. Ooh, let it burn. Let it all burn down. Gonna tear it all 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 down. I punch in my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, nothing, nothing.
Nicht, ich
What you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. you're not trying to make you a fool. Not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall a mile when I walk in a room. When I walk into. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
We were instructed to stand over here so our faces aren't so blue. Is it? Yes, we're getting 4 thumbs up. What's better than four thumbs up? 5, obviously. Good morning. There's another one. Good morning. All right, we have our next talk. Fancy pants AI things that are a little bit intimidating, but Felix is going to make them very approachable. We just spoke. He's a NeosCon veteran. This is his 5th NeosCon, but his first talk. So be kind, because it's very scary to be up here. And he also told you a guilty little pleasure of his.
It's very interesting. He loves accounting.
Who loves accounting? Felix, that's who. You're not alone. All right, Felix, take it away. Come up stage. We are ready to be taught your ways. And we're very excited to hear what you got to tell us.
I'm also excited for my first talk.
We are too. Ask your questions.
So, good morning, Neos community. Welcome to my talk about large language models and how you actually can use them in Neos. And I would like to start with some questions to you, like who in here is using ChatGPT already, like frequently? Many hands. Who in here is actually using an LLM-based, like a ChatGPT-based automation in production? 1 hand. 2, 1.5 hands. And who in here is actually planning to implement AI automation in production in the next few months? A few more hands. Yeah, very nice to see that. Because nowadays, I mean, we had already in the introduction, like it's AI and LLM is a very interesting topic that's being spoken about a lot in the last 2 years now. And I'm really happy that I can give you an overview about this amazing topic today. And let's start with the fact that actually like this field is not entirely new. Like artificial intelligence and model training that exists for quite some time. There are like numerous experts who specialized in like model training and machine learning and so on. But using foundation model LLMs, implementing them is an entirely new field. And that's just because this category of models has only been available to the public for the last 2 years now. I mean, everybody knows it when this ChatGPT came up. You know when it happened. It's not that long ago. And that means that there are like no experts about LLM implementation application. And you just saw in the history of the last year how much that has evolved, and it's still evolving. And I want to start also with a quick introduction of our team. So we have Daniel, Roland, and me. And together, like we spent many thousand hours like diving into LLMs and generative AI. And we also advised already many companies, like from small companies to big companies with multi-millions in revenue, with international focus and so on. And also we developed AI tools that they're currently using in production and that they're really, really happy with. And some of our projects, forgot the bullet points, yeah. And some of our projects, they even won awards, like our sidekick won the Drupal Best Solution Award in 2023. And as you can see, the whole ride was quite funny. And it still amazes us every day what we can do with this new technology. And this is why I want to share some of our findings with you today. And this is an enormous topic, and there are like many rabbit holes that you can go down. So let me make it easy for you. Let's break it down into 3 big topics. And the first one is vision and future. This topic is all about like what can future models bring, like what can future software change. And it's most about what you read in the news, like what can work and what is coming up. Also about how objective function, like how can we train models to they're optimized for other use cases and so on. We're not going to dive into this topic, and the second topic, also we're not going to dive into this too much today, is the scientific side of it, which is like all about like university research, writing papers, finding out how models can be 10 times smaller and still perform at the same rate, about how models can take an infinite number of input variables and so on. But what you want to focus on today is the application side of it. Like, what can current models do, what they're capable of doing, and how you can actually implement them. And it's like a lot about figuring out, and we did it for the last year. Like, we tried out what works good, what doesn't work so well, and still there is a lot to learn. And I have a very interesting example. It feels a bit like the first days of the internet. Like I don't know, if people here remember when JavaScript came up first, and you were trying to find out a few first hacky ways. You were debugging, using alerts and so on. And this feels like this all over again. There's a new technology, and you're trying to find out what works and how does stuff work. So yeah, today I'm going to show you some strategies how you can actually implement AI. And the agenda looks like this. First, I'm going to show you some concepts, how to think about LLMs. It's very important. I talked to many people in the last 2 days here. It's very important how you think about these LLMs to actually come to a good use case. Then I'm going to show you how you can further develop from prompting actually to getting working automations that actually work in production that can be used. I'm going to go over some pitfalls that you might want to avoid, and finally I'm also going to show you a Neos implementation example. But first, let's dive into the concepts. How should you think about LLMs? And my colleague Roland had a very good quote on that. An LLM is a collection of examples of human thinking. You should know it's not necessarily a knowledge database, but it learns how humans think about problems. It thinks in abstract concepts. And the thing is, it learned, for example, a lot of writing styles. It learned textbook examples. It learned code examples. Yeah? But it's not a knowledge database per se. And I'm going to show you now an abbreviated example of how this model training looks like, basically. And you will see why it is not a knowledge database. So let's take Facebook's Llama 2 model as an example. What they basically did is they took part of the internet, which was about 10 terabytes of text data. They ran it through the data centers, and they came out with a file that was 140 gigabytes, yeah? Which is roughly 1% of the initial input data. So you can already see that there is content getting lost in that process. And that means the model is forced to think in abstract concepts. This is not a problem for us, but actually that's really, really helpful. Another quote from Andrej Karpathy. He was an AI director at Tesla, and he also worked at OpenAI. He said, base models learn powerful general representation unsupervised learnings. Powerful general representations. And I also attached the source, and you can download the slides later if you want to dive deeper into this topic. And this also means an LLM it's not just, you should not see it as a stochastic parrot that only guesses the next word. Some media say that, and it might even be technically correct, but it's not a good way to think about it. And actually, a very good way to think about it comes out of psychology from Daniel Kahneman, Thinking Fast and Slow. Who in this room knows this literature? Yeah. So what Kahneman explained is that there is a system 1 thinking and a system 2 thinking with us humans. Yeah? The system 1 thinking is very intuitive, and fast, and the system 2 thinking is like slower. It's like you really have to think about stuff. An example for that would be like if I ask you what is 2 plus 2, you're not computing that in your brain. You know it right away. You have memorized it. But if I ask you what's 17 times 24, you will have to compute that. You don't know that right away. And models, these LLM models, they act intuitive. They're in a system 1 thinking. They might not be factually correct, but they are very fast, and they come up with very, very good results already for our use cases. Because intuition is good enough for thousands of decisions every day, if you're honest. You can automate things that take a lot of time and that are annoying for us, and where we also become, as humans, error-prone if we do them for a longer time and repeatedly. I mean, just think about, you have a document with 10 pages of a German text, and you have to change it from informal to formal, like from do to see. On the second page, you're already probably you're starting to miss 1 or 2 occasions. An LLM is more reliable doing that than you. And also, honestly, we have better things to do with our time than working through a 10-page document. Another way how to break it down, and we're going to go into application now, is like to see like the 3 application fields where we can use LLM models with this system 1 thinking. One of them is creativity. And you might know that problem all too well. Like, imagine you have to think about a new product name, but your mind is stuck. And one easy way is you go to ChatGPT and you tell him, hey, like roughly what you want to do, and he's going to give you a few examples. They might not be correct, and you might not be using them immediately, even though the output is already great, but it gives you a head start, where you can, like a pointer where you can start thinking on your own. A second application field is co-piloting, and I actually like to call them junior co-pilots because they majorly do very simple things. But these simple things already make our life much easier. It's, for example, very easy if you already have a draft for important email and you just have to work over it and change it a bit here and there, rather than writing the draft yourself. It's true. But the field that I want to go in today is actually automation. This is where we did numerous of projects in the last years, and where you really can see how you can where you can find solutions for your everyday work. Let's start with an example here. Imagine someone asks you, like, you should write an essay for topic X from start to finish in one go without using the delete key. It's, for human, it is almost impossible. ChatGPT can do that, and the output is already quite good, but it's not the most efficient way, if you're honest. But what you can do to make it easier for ChatGPT is to break it down into a workflow. So you can tell him, just as we humans, so you should always think like, how are we humans approaching that problem? And tell him this workflow. For example, what are we doing about this essay? We are writing a content outline first. Then we do some research, we revise the content outline, we write the first draft, we critique the draft, and then we revise the draft again. And if you tell this to your LLM, the output will be much, much better. And we actually have a practice example here. So for a big media house in Austria, we wrote an article summarizer. So they have like thousands of articles every month, and summarizing them by hand is a very tedious task. And the way we approached it is we first told the LLM how it should act. You know, like the LLM, most of the content on the internet is pretty average, and if we steer the model into an area where it's at its highest quality by telling him you're the world's best journalist and you work for a major news platform, like in our case, we wrote the name of the company, obviously, yeah. Then a second step, it was very important to our customer that the summary is very fact-driven and it contains figures and that it's not emotional. So we also tell him like, okay, these are our values, like this is how you should go about this summary. And finally, I'm gonna go into detail on the next slide here. We also told him like how to approach it. So in our case, the workflow went like this. We told him like, identify 5 to 10 key points from the article, collect the most important figures from the article, then create a summary, and we also told him like which writing styles to use. Also, we gave him a few very good examples of how article summaries look like. And eventually we told him like to actually check all of the facts and quotes if they are correct. I also put here some further reading for you. And this brings us to a final output where we like do summaries for articles, thousands of them every month, and our customer is really, really happy with the results. And imagine like how many like people you would need for that to summarize articles. And we automated it, and the result is amazing. So to wrap it up a bit, how can you come from just having plain prompts to like having working automations? So if possible, you should use a fixed workflow. If you tell your LLM how it should go about solving a task, you will have more testable and more reliable output. Then what you should also do is obviously develop your prompts iteratively. Like have a first draft for the prompt, test it, see what comes out. Actually, I even have a graph here. Quite simple, but you first have your idea, then you test it with some different content, you find out where are the pain points, you revise it again. And this is another detail. I'm not going to go into this topic too much, but there's also like if workflows aren't enough, you can also use agentic reasoning design patterns, just to have mentioned that here. And if you want to go further, like if you're still not happy with the result, what you can also use are some other techniques. Two of them which are very reliable are, one of them is reflection. So you can have then a second call to your LLM where you basically send him his output from the first call and say, hey, just critique your own text, like revise it again. A second, a very reliable extension of this would be like tool use. You can tell the LLM which tools it can use. One of the best examples is ChatGPT can use the Bing's web search. And the cool thing about that is that you tell him which tools it can use, but it decides on its own if he needs the tools. So, the big advantage is that you are like defining what it can use. Yeah? Then we have some experimental stuff like planning that would be a bit like going a step back from the workflow approach and telling just ChatGPT, okay, find a way of solving this task on your own. It comes up with good workflows already. However, if the task is very complicated, you might end up with not so reliable results because it might take a different approach every time. And another cool thing, which is still experimental, but it can be very, very amazing in the future, is called multi-agent collaboration. So there are platforms where you can have like different AI models talk to each other and solve tasks together. As I said, it's experimental right now. It can do very, very amazing stuff, but the output is not very reliable yet. So just remember it and come back to it in some time. And finally, two things that are currently not really possible with LLMs. There's one is a future simulations. So LLMs have a hard time imagining what the consequences of their own actions would be. And finally, also self-optimizing loops. So LLMs are trained in order to produce output that is rated as good by humans. So that means it's always like on a level of an average human. Currently, they cannot excel from this boundary. In the future, they will be able to do that most probably, but currently they cannot do that. And finally, I have some common pitfalls for you that you should be aware when you implement AI solutions. The first one, and it's also a very general topic, is like let's do AI, but what does actually the user want to do? You should always think like, what's the pain point or what's the task to be solved before you say, okay, oh, we're gonna do that with AI. You should just think, what can we already solve with current software that exists, with code, and think about how AI can enhance that before just saying like, okay, let's do it with AI. So be very careful about that too. Always think like, what is the task? The second point is like, so you might say like, yeah, let's build a chatbot. And that might be nice, but oftentimes a chatbot is not the best UI, especially when you have a specific task. Like, let's take our article summarizer, for example. If the task is to summarize an article, what you want to have is basically a form with one field where you put the content of the article, and then you have an output field. You don't want to have like an open chat where you just say, oh yeah, I have this article here, please summarize it for me, like from the viewpoint of the user. And it will also lead me to another point later when it comes to ensuring input safety. And another pitfall that you should be aware of is like thinking that LLMs are just magic and you should trust them completely, and that's obviously not true. One thing that you should always do is like when you write your prompts, when you write your workflows, you should always have like test cases that should, under normal circumstances, not bring any like reasonable result. Like you should test it with some unsolvable cases and see if the LLM actually acts correctly on that. If the LLM actually tells you, okay, I cannot solve that. Because what could happen is that the LLM starts hallucinating, and you need to find a way how to like find out when it's hallucinating. So always be aware of that. Have test cases that are unsolvable. Then another pitfall is to think that LLMs are safe with arbitrary inputs. I already said it with the chatbot example. Like there were like cases where companies made solutions based on an LLM, and they got jailbroken very easily. So the main takeaway here is like, if you can't trust the input, you can't trust the output. So always make sure to have a user interface where you already mitigate those problems. Like also when you engineer the prompt, you should be aware of how can you prevent malicious content from actually like producing output that's unwanted. And finally, and I think that it's a very important point to say, thinking that AI is too expensive or not reliable enough. It's not true. And also the models, they're getting cheaper and they're getting more reliable every day. And the most important thing is like, if you have a use case where you think, okay, AI might be a good solution, then start acting on it now, because it also takes time until your internal project is ready for production. And by the time, models have already evolved. So if you say, no, I'm gonna wait for GPT-5 or whatever, you're just like pushing it away, and you forget that it also takes you time to develop the solution finally. Yeah. But finally, let's talk about like a simple example, how you can actually use it in NEOS. And one example that I brought is meta description generator. You know, like your editors, they love to, they enjoy to write new content, but maintaining the meta descriptions, that's something that they often hate. So let's automate it. And let's start the way how we started with the article summarizer. We gave him a personality. We tell him like, you're a world-class writer and SEO expert. Like you follow all the best practices and create incredible meta descriptions. By the way, we already have evolved that prompt. The slides are not 100% up to date here, but it's just to give you the idea. And then we design a workflow. We gather the information that we need. I mean, what do we need? We get the page title, first of all. Then we try to get the page content and transform the HTML into plain text. That's a bit important, that LLMs have currently a hard time understanding large amounts of HTML. Also in our projects, what we use instead of plain text is actually Markdown, but I wanted to keep it simple for you here. And then you let the AI create the first meta description, and finally you also validate if the length is not more than 160 characters, because that's the limit for a meta description. And yeah, I also brought a tiny code example. I'm just saying it's abbreviated, but let's start with a method here that it can be either called in a signal, you know, like after node publish, or it can be called like every night in a command controller. Yeah? This is just the service method. And it gets the document node and it gets a controller context so that we can build the public URI to the site. And what we do first is we just get the title. I decided to just go for the title property here, and you can, of course, have any kinds of fallbacks and use any other property, but I think you know that, obviously. Next, what I did, a very simple implementation of how I could get the page content would be I create a public URI, and then I use file get contents. That is the simplest approach I could find. Also here, feel free to use whatever better implementation for this. And I strip the tags. I have my prompt. I fill it with the title and the text content. And so, where's my loop? Here's my loop. Yeah, I also abbreviated that a bit. Then I'm just calling OpenAI, and I did like this. If it's more than 160 characters, I would just retry until we get a meta description that's less than 160 characters. You should maybe also have like a retry count. Yeah? But if you find bugs in here, you can either keep them or you can make a pull request. And yeah, and finally you set the property to the node. And that would be already a very simple example. And everybody knows it, like maintaining SEO properties like meta descriptions, that's really, really a pain. But if you can automate it, it's much more fun. So, finally, very important, and I said it before, like, be curious about this topic. Like, you don't see which companies are already doing AI stuff under the hood until they actually get public. And if you say now, nah, I'm gonna wait for the next model, in a few months you might end up seeing, oh, and they are doing AI, and they are doing AI. Just remember, like, Google and Microsoft, like OpenAI, they already announced they're gonna invest huge amounts of money into AI, so it's gonna get better, and it's gonna get cheaper and more reliable. And the best thing you can do is just start. But how can you start? And I brought you some questions that will help you think of some use cases. 2 questions here, like, think of some tedious and boring and time-consuming tasks. I don't know, going through all of the node documents and updating the meta description, for example. Yeah? Or what do you avoid just because it's too exhausting? Learning NEOS. What? Yeah. So I'm already looking forward to your talk next year about how you can enhance learning neos with AI. Yeah, example. Or talk to people. Yeah. Or I also have a good example here. Like, well, like which data would you not touch? Like because it's just too big. And we also did a very amazing project last year with a international food delivery company. They was like active in Germany and Austria. So what they have is like they have like 50,000 products in their web shop, and they needed to find out in which product description in which of the product descriptions they had like falsy health claims. It's a big issue because if you get fined for that, that's about like 10,000 euros just for one case. If they find you having like falsy falsche Gesundheitsversprechen in a product description. So we wrote an automation that was reading through all of those product descriptions, and it was like evaluating, is there a falsy health claim, and if there was one, it also rewrote the product description in a way so that it was not there anymore. And it's the reason why it's a very interesting case is because you couldn't possibly hire enough people to go through 50,000 product descriptions manually. I mean, imagine how much that would cost. And we just automated that. So let's say that the options are like, you cannot hire so many people because it's just virtually too expensive. So you're left with two options, either with our AI automation, which was doing an amazing job and the customer is really, really happy with that, or being at risk of getting a fine, which is like 10,000 euros per case or more. And obviously, and that's a very important point. The AI solution, it is reliable enough to protect you from stuff like that. Even if it reduces the amount of potential lawsuits that you get, you already save money. Yeah, that's the example that I just brought. Or like going, I don't know, through hundreds of contracts and finding out what your termination clauses are. And one of the last questions is like what would you do if you had 100 junior employees? Just think, what task would you give them? And then think, okay, maybe this task would be good in the hands of an AI automation. Yes, and that's just the beginning. Let's build the future together. And I know that the Neos community is always super curious about new technologies, and let's start doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Felix. All right, I'm not texting and or reading or looking at pictures with my dog. We have a lot of questions, which is great because you were quick with your talk. So we have, Jesus Christ, more time for questions.
But let me get rid of those presents first.
Thank you very much.
For you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have an AI-generated question. Do you want that one first?
Of course.
How can large language models be utilized to enhance the new event-sourced content repository in NeoCMS for more efficient content retrieval and management?
Can you say the last part again? Sorry.
It's right here.
Good question. Try it out, honestly.
But one thing that you said clearly pushed a button because you talked about unsolvable cases.
Yeah.
And there's at least 2, maybe 3 questions about what's a good example for an unsolvable input, or what was the most interesting unsolvable case you posed to an LLM, and what was the outcome?
That I actually don't really recall. I mean, in a very simple term, it's like imagine you have like a computation and I don't know, make a division by 0. I mean, that's a very simple example.
What does
probably a bit.
What does the large language model respond when you ask it to divide by 0?
I don't remember that actually. Maybe I was a bit too excited now, but yeah. but I mean, it really depends on the context. It can't be really answered just like that. Depends on what you want to do, what your content is actually, and then you have to define for yourself what's an unsolvable case or what's like actually an invalid output for you. That's what you have to like find out for your task then.
I thought it was very comforting that large language models also hallucinate, and it's not just me.
Yeah.
Next question. Oh, this is maybe very useful. When you break down a task in a workflow for the LLM, do you send it to the LLM in one prompt, or do you break it down step by step?
It depends. Usually, you can do it in one prompt too, except for this additional techniques that I was showing on the one slide. You know, like with the 3 categories. For example, the reflection. The reflection would be like a second call. But you can send it in one prompt. You're saying, hey, I have this article here with this content. I want a summary. You're like a world-class journalist. You're writing in this style and so on. You just give it all of that, and he actually can make do with that in one call. Yeah.
How do you handle data protection concerns?
I mean, data protection? How do you mean, like in input terms or?
Who asked the question? Nobody.
Nobody.
If it was my question,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's being cut off, it was how do you handle data protection concerns in terms of when you, so you build the tool and you don't necessarily know which content the editor is maybe going to put in. How do you restrict the chance that that you send internal data to, for example, ChatGPT? Do you use internal models, or do you try to obfuscate data that you know shouldn't go externally? Or
Let me just repeat that for the audience on Livestream. So more or less, how do you protect the data, the input, like no internal data being sent to the GPT?
That also like depends on the case. Like we didn't really have the problem because the product, for example, let's take the case with the product descriptions that we were like checking for faulty health claims. That for example is public information. Yeah.
But you had before,
Yeah.
the example you had before with contracts, for example, find me here the...
The contract example
yeah.
he's mentioning.
I mean, there was rather an idea, but hard to say actually.
All right, I have one last very practical question. Where can we find the slides to follow the links that you have for us?
On the QR code that actually you removed with this slide.
That we're hiding.
Yeah, this one, yeah. So feel free to like scan the QR code, then you can get the whole slides. Yes.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Felix.
a
Another round of
pleasure.
applause.
Thank you.
Now that you have his slides, please don't forget to rate his talk in the app. And next one up here is, you might have noticed we don't have the speaker in the app. You find him on the website because it's Asynchronous PHP, and so the speaker just comes later after the talk. It's asynchronous.
That was a dad joke.
Yeah.
He is a dad, so it's okay.
Yeah. So, enjoy the next talk, either here or downstairs. Sebastian is talking about a performance detective story. I know he's got some little note types with him. Yeah, enjoy the day.
I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome back here on studio stage. We're coming a bit close to you, so that we.
It's a little cozy up here.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
We have the great pleasure of announcing yet another veteran speaker. This is his third talk in the past 3 days. He is also asynchronously loaded. The picture may or may not have finally shown up on the app. But it's a good match to the topic that we're going to talk about.
It is, and he's dad of 5 kids and at least 2 elephants. And he told me a story, and he's about to get some elephants in his luggage into the US, and that's going to be a funny story, but he's got a more interesting story with him that he's going to tell us in a second. So please welcome on stage, Florian.
And don't forget to ask your questions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Asynchronous PHP with me, Florian. I'm working at Datadog, where I'm building a continuous profiler for the PHP language. I'm an open source contributor. I used to contribute to PHP-Unit, GraphQLite, and stuff like this, just libraries that I used in my day-to-day life. Nowadays, I'm contributing to the PHP documentation, the internals book, and the PHP core itself. And today I have a story for you of a job that I had a few years back. I was working in an e-commerce retailer, and someone from the customer service department approached me with the problem that our customers are waiting too long at the checkout. Now, by checkout, he meant that people have set up everything. They put articles into the baskets. They have delivery address, invoice address set up. The payment is already authorized, so they're just at this last page where they hit the buy now button and then wait for the thank you page. And this was too long. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to know what too long actually is. So we did not have any kind of observability in the system. So back then we just added some time tracking and wrote to the logs whenever the checkout controller was done. And the next day we checked the log files and we found customers waiting for 2, 3, and 5 seconds. We also had customers waiting for 10 seconds, and we had a winner that waited for nearly 20 seconds for this thank you page to appear. So if you're somewhat like me, then the 20 seconds is a no-go. Even the 5 seconds, I wouldn't wait for that long. So the next step for us was to have a brief look into what is the thing with the 20 seconds, and we saw that the 20-second order had 60, 17 line items in this order, so not like one item, 70 articles of that item, but 70 different articles. And the other orders that took very long also had a lot number of different articles in their basket. And the thing to note here, the 5, 10, 20 seconds that people waited for the checkout controller, this is just the time to first byte. So this was additionally, you have this JavaScript tracking stuff that comes then on the thank you page. So we wanted to check out what actually happens during checkout, what is actually going on there. So besides the obvious that we have to write the order in the database and reduce the stock of the articles so that no one else can buy the same stuff that you just bought, there is something else also going on. That is, we are sending tracking data to some services. There's a lot of marketing services, so usually someone from marketing comes and we have this awesome new tool, and they have this PHP snippet that you just need to copy and paste into the code, and then we'll be done. And people did, so we had a lot of tracking snippets in there, a lot of JavaScript also, but that's not the point here. But not only marketing services, but we also had a catalog service back then. So whenever you were browsing the e-commerce system and you were searching for stuff, or you were browsing the categories, you get the articles in a order, and that order was the best order, which is based on tracking data on other people's behavior in the shop system. So whenever you ordered something, we sent tracking data to this catalog service as well, so that they could change the ordering. Other things that we did is we were sending out order confirmation. So this is a small, quick side story. The order confirmation had 2 problems. So first of all, we were sending out the order confirmation in that controller by directly sending via SMTP. The problem with SMTP is not a protocol that's meant to be fast. That's the one thing. And the other thing is we found that the connection to the SMTP was pretty slow. So when we were sending an email, it took at least a second, usually 1.2, 1.3 seconds for sending an email. via SMTP. So the problem that we discovered was that after we sent the initial hello command to the SMTP server, it waited around about a second for a response. We talked to the administrator of the SMTP server, and it turned out to be a misconfigured anti-spam rule something. So basically, they wanted to slow down bots and other things, so they just wait an initial second, which is bad because like our customers are waiting. The other thing is we would authorize ourselves anyway, so he could relatively quickly change that. So to wait after you're not authorized and you send some other commands to actually send the email, then he blocked you. So that problem was solved this 1 second, but we found a second order confirmation email, which was super interesting. The second order confirmation email was sent to the shop owner. And that was interesting because we were the shop owner and we didn't know about this email. So it was sent to a role account, something like accounting at, and then we went to the accounting department and asked them if they know about this email and what they're doing with that thing. And it took a while until they remembered and they were like, oh yeah, this is the order confirmation email. We didn't know what to do with it, so we just created a rule to automatically delete that. So that was an easy fix. We just not send out this email and customers are waiting 1 second less in the future. The other thing that we do in the checkout is we capture money from a payment gateway. Actually, like people have authorized the stuff earlier anyway, but if you you need to actually capture the money, so there's an API call to a third-party system to actually transfer the money. And this is also not meant to be fast; it's meant to be safe. So this might take a while, which also adds to your customer waiting for stuff that's happening. So. But all of these things that we just discussed have something in common. And this is that your customers are waiting for it, and they're waiting for stuff that they don't know about, and that they, I would also say, don't care about. And especially for the marketing services, I would say it's sometimes probably better that they don't know about these things happening. So what is the thing that we can do? Like, when we say they don't know about these things, they don't care about these things, I would also argue that they should not wait for these things to happen. So if any one of you is a procrastinator, this is your time, because we just do stuff later. There's 2 quick stories here about the emails. Back then I mentioned that we don't have like any big part of observability in the system. One day someone from customer care called me that people are complaining that they don't receive some emails. And it was actually about the dispatch notification emails. No one complained about the order confirmation email. And it turned out that like for a day or something, we weren't sending out any emails to anyone anymore. We just didn't notice. But the thing is, the interesting thing here was that no one cared about the order confirmation email. But people that placed an order like 3 or 4 days ago, they were wondering if their parcel is already on the way and if they get a tracking code or something. And they called to ask if their parcel has already been dispatched. So the thing is, if people don't like, no one calls in because they don't get an order confirmation email, we don't need to do this stuff right now. We could do it like a few minutes later and no one cares. The same is true for capturing the money. When people go through the checkout funnel, they already authorize you to capture the money. And usually what you get is you get a token that you can then use on the API to capture the money and transfer it. And this token is usually valid for multiple days or even weeks. Not just for hours or minutes. So you can use it tomorrow or next week to capture the money. It's probably a good idea to try and capture the money before you send out the parcel, because sometimes they deny that. Because if the credit card has been marked stolen, for example, it could be denied. So you might want that information before you send out any physical goods to your customers. So what we did is we decided to go this route and go into an asynchronous architecture. And the main idea is that we want to not do these things anymore at this point in time, but we just post an event into some kind of, in this case, we decided to go with RabbitMQ and then process those messages later, because it does matter at that time. There's a disclaimer. If you have something that works for you, stick with it. We had a lot of fun with RabbitMQ in the beginning. So if you have, for example, Redis has a queue implementation that you can just use. I've seen people implement queues in MySQL. I haven't seen that scale nice, but let's say technically it's possible if you just want to play around with stuff. But I have not seen that nice. Any one of you has experience with RabbitMQ? Nice. Okay. So most of you. So this is a very simplified version of what RabbitMQ works, of how RabbitMQ works. So the idea is you have a producer that could be your e-commerce system. So in our case, it was the e-commerce system that produces a message when someone places an order. That message will be forwarded to the exchange. The exchange is part of RabbitMQ already. And the exchange forwards the message then based on rules to queues, to one queue, multiple queues, all queues, whatever. You can configure that relatively freely. And then RabbitMQ pushes the messages to the consumers. So you can even pull messages, but the idea is that it just flows through. And you have there is a lot of other ways to do this. You can also have synchronous messages where you send a message and then you wait for a response from the consumer and it gets piped through. And this is all more complicated. We don't gonna do it like this complicated today. This is just like one way. Okay, but we want to concentrate today on the consuming side. So we wanted to build an asynchronous consumer. The idea was to migrate this server-side tracking for our catalog service first, because we identified that. You're going to see that later, why that is the case. So the first thing the asynchronous consumer needs to do, because we decided for RabbitMQ, is on the one side, we need to be able to talk to RabbitMQ somehow to consume those messages. And on the other side, we need to send the tracking data via HTTP to the service. We wanted the consumer to be non-blocking in async. That's because before that architecture change, we had 10, 12 application servers that were doing this parallel waiting for us. But now this all was going down to just 2 machines. So we had 2 RabbitMQ machines and then workers locally. And we don't want it to spawn a lot of workers. We just wanted to spawn one consumer, because the idea was that for this tracking service where we're sending out HTTP messages, 99% of the time we're just waiting for the response. So we could, while we were waiting for the response, we could do other stuff. Okay, and we wanted it to be written in PHP. Now you might ask, why PHP? If you fire up your favorite search engine and you ask for asynchronous software development, PHP might not even show up. So you could go to Stack Overflow and ask nice fellows over there, and you might get this response. Now the thing is, you can really answer the question why we want to do with this PHP, why we want to do this with PHP. So first of all, PHP has the native functionality to write asynchronous code. Is anyone still on PHP 4? Luckily no one. But even if you were, PHP 4 brought the stream select API and the ability to set non-blocking, streams non-blocking. So even in PHP 4.3, you could do asynchronous software development. Thankfully, no one's using that anymore. But honestly, you don't want to implement your own event loop. So there are cool libraries that do the heavy lifting for you. But these libraries, for example, you don't have promises and async await keywords in PHP, but there's libraries that do other stuff for you, to bring event loops and promises and everything for you, and help you with the heavy lifting. And these libraries also work on core PHP without any additional extensions, because they fall back to the stream select API, which is not super fast and super scalable, but in most cases, even in that case, it just works. So you don't need any extra extensions for that. And if you need more power, if you have more open streams, more open sockets to do, you can install Xdevent or XUV to actually make it faster and lower the overhead of your event loop. And you don't actually need to change something in the implementation. You can just install the extension, and those libraries will just pick up this. And the other thing is, you already understand it anyway. You know how to write tests for PHP. You know how to run static analysis for PHP. You have your CI setup, your IDE setup. You know how to install dependency with Composer, all these things. So all of that is already in your mind, and you already have set this up. So it's probably a good idea to, so at least we thought it's a good idea to learn a new software development paradigm by just staying on the same stack, so not learn too many stuff. But it's a good idea to check out new language every now and then, because you'll find new stuff out there. Okay, one of these libraries that I want to introduce you today is React PHP. React PHP supports PHP 5.3. Anyone running on PHP 5? Nice. Usually in some talks when some people raise their hand. Okay, so React PHP brings a lightweight implementation of the common JS promise A pattern. It brings an event loop. It brings event-driven readable and writable streams and for non-blocking I/O. And it also brings async and await, not as keyword because it would be like has to be in the language, but as functions. But you can use it. So there is async await. There is an event loop. There is everything there to do stuff. And now I want to build the thing with you together. So we have RabbitMQ on one side. We have HTTP that we need to send HTTP request. We need to send on the other side. And we need a payload. We need to look in the payload. So be with me while I try to... here it is. OK. So let's first have a look at the payload. I hope you all can see this. That looks good. So we decided to not invent our own standard. So the body we send or the message we send via RabbitMQ is just a JSON. And even in that JSON, we didn't want to invent our own thing, so we found there is schema.org, and schema.org has a lot of type definitions for stuff that's around. So for example, an order, and an order has a customer, and a customer can be of some type, and in this case, it's a person that has a name and email. It has way more. It has an address, delivery address, stuff like this. Then a order has ordered item, which is a list of a type order item, and then this has an order item number, quantities. The order item itself is a product that we are selling, which has a name. It has an offer. This is of type offer and has a price. So, like, if you're looking for something to structure your stuff, go to schema.org. You can find a lot of these definitions. And there's also tools that validate that the JSON you gave it actually matches the definition that you write down here. So that's actually pretty nice to use. So this is the payload that we are sending. This is what we receive from RabbitMQ, and we need to make an HTTP request out to send it to the other side. So let's close this. Okay, this is the, let's open another file, the composer JSON. We can see it here in the preview. So the composer JSON, this is like the stripped down version, but we need Bunny. Bunny PHP is the React PHP asynchronous library to talk to RabbitMQ. It's a pure PHP implementation of the AMQ protocol and supports running with the React PHP event loop. And on the other side, React PHP itself comes with with an HTTP library that we use. So we have libraries for both of these things, and the JSON decode is just there in PHP standard, so we can use that. So this should work out. Okay, so the first thing we gotta do is we need to connect to RabbitMQ. So for RabbitMQ, we need a client. And there is a few clients that come with Bunny. So for example, there's the Bunny client, that's the synchronous AMPQ RabbitMQ client. That's also a reason why we decided to go with Bunny, because we needed a library to talk to RabbitMQ on the other side, on the producing side. And so we had just the same library on both sides. But in this case, we need the asynchronous client. This is the asynchronous AMQ RabbitMQ client that uses the React PHP event loop. That's what we want to do. And that doesn't need anything. And then we need our browser in order to talk HTTP to the other side. And that browser comes from the React HTTP library that we just installed. And let's use this. And now we need to establish a connection to RabbitMQ. That's just client connect. The connect method connects to the AMQP server, and it gives us back a promise. So this is the first thing that is different when you write asynchronous software. You don't get back, usually you don't get back a result, but you get back at least for all of I/O stuff, you get back a promise. A promise represents the result of the function you just called, but you don't have it yet. So usually your code looks like this. You have a connect function, and then you write that gives you a promise, and that promise has a then function. On the then function, here it is. On the then function gets callables, and the callable is on fulfilled. So whenever the promise has been fulfilled, this function will be called, and you get the actual response, or the actual thing, the actual result. If it gets rejected, that's when an error happened. The usual pattern is that in a rejected callable, you get an exception object that you can use. And then there is this on progress. I don't know if on progress, I think that's gone in Promise version 3. So Christian Lück and the React PHP maintainers are currently heavily working on React PHP 3. So I think the on progress thing is gone, but Currently it's there. Okay, so we use the then and we just give it a function, a callback that it should call whenever we have, whenever the connection is established. So what we get is we get a client. In this case, it's the asynchronous client that we get back. And on this client, we need to establish a communication channel to RabbitMQ. So there is a channel function that we can just call. And this channel function creates and opens a new channel. And can I scroll here? Nice. And it gives back a promise. The channel here, channel or promise interface, is just because this is the abstract client. So there is two client implementation, the async and the synchronous client. This is the abstract client that's tagged here. But actually, we know that we have the asynchronous client. So we get a promise back. And what we do with the promise, we just return the promise. So whenever that's fulfilled, we get a new promise here, and we call the then function again, and give it a callback that gets the channel that has been established. And on this channel now, there is a few functions, and so there is a run function, there is an acknowledge get. The get function is for you to synchronously return a message, like you actually want to pull them, we don't want to pull them, we want to consume messages. So the consume function creates a consumer on the channel, which gets, we give it a callback. So for every message that RabbitMQ pushes to the worker that we're just writing, it will call that callback function. And the second argument is the queue that we want to listen on, and then there's a lot of other stuff that you can write. We don't care about the other stuff, we just care about the callback. So let's do this, and there is a few things we get here. Let's just listen on the hello queue. And so what we get whenever we get a new message, I have a spelling error here. Nice. Okay. Whenever we get a message, what we get is, first of all, the first thing will be the message that we get, the Bani message. So this one. Then the next thing we get is the channel that has been established. We need that in order to acknowledge message later. And we get the client. We don't need that, but we need to add it. And we need to use the browser because we need our browser object in there. Browser. So now that we have the message, if you recall the payload, we need to JSON decode that. So that's just a, let's say, order. JSON decode. And the actual payload, the actual JSON, is in the content property of that message that we get. There is also a header and exchange and routing keys and stuff. So you can get a lot of meta information. So for example, if you reject a message or it gets redelivered, in the headers you can find a delivery counter that gets upgraded. Yes?
The Marc Schultz linting system just found a possible bug. You have to use browser also in the not closure.
Sorry, say that again.
Use browser has to be like conversed up into every function you use.
Ah, yeah, it has to be there again. You're right. I'm gonna add that. Thank you. Quickly add the content here. And declare but not use. Okay, yeah. We'll use it in a second. Okay, so we JSON decoded the thing. So we have this ordered item. We know we have in $ordered item. We have the order item. So we can now, or we need to now, because that's how this service works. We need to iterate over that. And send out HTTP post requests to the service for every line item. So we have our browser, and that has a post function. This post function accepts the URL where to send the HTTP post request to, the headers, and the body that we send to. And it returns a promise that it will do the thing for us. So this is just URL wherever we are sending this stuff to. And then we don't have any special headers, so we just give it empty header, an empty array. But the body we're going to send, so that service wanted an HTTP string. So we do an HTTP build query, and then give that the array. And the two things that they wanted from us is the SKU, which was in item order item number, and the amount. Oh, wrong. Which was in, anyone remembers? I think it was order item amount. Item amount, probably something like this. Whoop. Okay. So now what we do is, whenever we get a message, so this all establishes connection and channel and everything for us. So whenever a message arrives in that queue, that message will be pushed to the worker. So RabbitMQ actually pushes the message over the communication channel to the worker, and then this function will be executed. And we get the message, the channel, the client. We JSON decode that message, so the payload that we just saw, we have that in order, and then we iterate over it and send post requests. This is also, exactly this pattern is why this was so unbelievably slow. Because they had, we had like 300 to 500 milliseconds for every of these post requests. So if you imagine you have 10 items, that's already 3 to 5 seconds. If it's 100 items, that's up to a minute. Just for sending out these post requests. Now, there is a few things that's still wrong with this code. Anyone has a lucky guess? I can tell you it's here, or with the return of that. So one thing that changed now is we've seen that in all these cases we do call a function that does a connection. We don't wait for the connection to actually be there. We just get back a promise that sooner or later the connection will be established, and then our callback will be called. And the same is true for this post function. The post function will return a promise. So it will return the promise that sooner or later it will have done the post and it will have a result, and then it will give us the result and we can do something with it. So that's a problem that we don't handle at this point in time. So we would just send out post requests and don't care about anything. And the second problem is there is something missing in regards to RabbitMQ. RabbitMQ wants us to acknowledge the message. RabbitMQ wants us to tell it that whatever should be done with the message has been done so that it can get rid of the message from the queue. So what we need to do is we need to acknowledge the message, which is relatively easy. You have this channel variable. You have an acknowledge function on that, and you just give it the message. And it will send a ACK command to the... Something's wrong. Ah, yeah. And it will send an acknowledge to the to RabbitMQ so that it actually deletes the message from the queue. Now there's still a problem here. I already mentioned that browser post gives us back a promise. It does not do the request like at that point in time, and we don't wait for the request to happen because we don't want to do that. It gives us the promise that it will do the request. So technically what will happen here is that the browser post function will create the HTTP post body and the request. Like it will set up everything, and it will open a socket, make the socket non-blocking, and register a handler so that it gets called whenever that socket becomes writable. It might not be writable at this point in time, but it will be writable in the next few probably milliseconds or nanoseconds. But it's not writable at this point in time, so it has not sent out any request. So the only thing that happens in this code is we iterate over, let's say, 10 order items. We create 10 post requests that have not left our machine. We just open 10 different sockets. And then here we acknowledge the message and tell RabbitMQ, yeah, we're done. But actually we are not. Because the post request has not been sent, we don't have a result. So we need to do something with the promises there. Usually in the code above, whenever a function returned a promise, we just chain the then function call, and then implemented a handler to do something, give it a callback to do something. If we would do that here, it would be a problem because we could not say that whenever this post request is done, acknowledge the message because there might be other post requests. So if you run in these cases, there is a super nice handy function in React PHP, and the idea is we just collect all these promises in an array. And then we can say we want to wait for all of these promises to resolve. So there is a React promise all function that returns a new promise for us that will resolve when all these items that we gave it in the promise or values array are resolved. So we just give that the promises array, and that gives us back a new callback, a new promise that we register our callback on, and that gets something that we ignore in this case. We don't need now, but we need we don't need the browser. We need the channel, and we need the message in order to acknowledge that. And closing it and formatting. Okay, now we have a fully working worker that will acknowledge messages and send out HTTP request. It will wait for all of these HTTP post requests to be finished, like really finished, like we have the result. And when we have the result of all of these, it will acknowledge the message. And yeah, that's basically it. Let's go back to the slides once more. Here they are. Okay. Okay, so there is, I have this as fallback slides here, but I'll show you anyway because there is a disclaimer. Please do not deploy this thing to production. And that's because there is a lot of problems in this code. This is a bit otherwise structured, so you can just give it it's a callable, so you can just give it a app, and that app has the callable defined. That's on the next slide. So there's a lot of stuff that we don't handle. So for example, you've seen in the promise interface, in the then function, that has three callables that you give, callbacks that you give it. The first one is the happy path, everything is all right. The second one is something went wrong. So if we cannot establish a connection, if we cannot establish the channel, we don't handle any of these cases. So if any of this goes wrong, the event loop will just stop running and the script will exit. And if you deploy that in Kubernetes or with Docker, that will just crash loop and go all of the time will just restart. The consume function also has a return that tells us if it's able to actually install or establish the consume channel to consume messages on this queue. So if all of that doesn't work, it'll just stop working because there is nothing new installed anymore. The other thing to know about this code here is the execution order. So we have the client, and on that we do call the connect, and that gives us back a promise. So what actually will happen is we'll do the exact same thing like with the HTTP post request. It will not do the connection to RabbitMQ and wait for it, but it will prepare the socket, wait for it to be writable, then return a promise that it will have the result for us sooner or later. So the only thing that will happen is that this promise callback will be installed, and then the code execution jumps to here to start the event loop, and then it will actually start doing stuff. The second slide is the actual application. That what we saw. It's a bit nicer with HTTP bin, and so this is also actually working. There's also a lot of problems in here. So for example, what if the message content is not a valid JSON? Then, well, we have a problem. We don't handle any of these cases. Another interesting thing is, what happens if we have, I don't know, 5 order items, and 4 order items, we post the tracking information, and the other one fails? What do we do then? So there's a maybe more a business decision, but like it's not handled in this code at all. So currently, this promise will only resolve when those promises have resolved. If one of these fails, it will not resolve. It will get rejected. So this will not resolve at all. So it will not acknowledge. And what will happen is RabbitMQ, after a certain timeout, will just requeue that message and deliver to the same or any other worker. And you'll stuck with these problems. Okay, but wait a minute. There's one thing. I probably think you want to know how fast this can actually be. So I prepared something for you. a small setup on this machine. So I have this, let me just see. I have this simple consumer. So this consumer script looks probably familiar now. So we have the asynchronous client, we have the event loop, we instantiate a new client. We have the the application here. The application, in this case, just to see the performance and how fast things can go, this just acknowledges messages. So whenever there's a message being pushed to the worker acknowledges the message to RabbitMQ and says, I've done the thing, whatever the thing is then. And we have the client, the connect. The default arguments to connect is that it connects to the default port for RabbitMQ on localhost, so that magically works because RabbitMQ is there. I will show you in a minute. And then we establish the communication channel. We use the app, and on every message received on the hello queue, we call the app function, which just acknowledges the message. This is also just the happy path, so if things go wrong, things go wrong. But let's have a look at RabbitMQ. So I set up RabbitMQ here. This is the management interface of RabbitMQ. This is running in a Docker container here, and I pre-packed that with 2 million messages that are ready to be consumed in the hello queue. Here it is. So this hello queue has 2 million messages that are stacked to be ready. There is no consumer connected, so you can hear in the details consumer 0. The queue is idle currently. There's nothing happening. And anyone wants to take a lucky guess of how many messages we're able to, let's say, consume or deliver per second? Any numbers? Just shout it. 2 million. That would be nice. 100,000? Anyone more or less? 5,000? Okay. I just start the script, let it run, and then we go back into the management interface so that we see the numbers. And we should see it upcoming in a few seconds. Here it is. So currently it's delivering 22,000 messages. Now it's up at speed. So it's 96,500 messages. That what I saw in the demos earlier, and now it's settled. Now that's the speed it can do. So it's roughly 100,000 messages a second. On this laptop here. So this is not somewhere else. This is just this machine on one core. It's not multi-threading. It's just on this single core, single thread performance that's running here. So PHP is actually pretty fast. Okay. Now that we handled all of that, if you are further interested in the topic, you can find the documentation on reactphp.org. It says React.php is a very handy documentation. Also, the source code is super documented. Then there is the React.php tutorials that's linked in the slides. You can find the slides, by the way, on dotbox.org. So if you go to React.php tutorials, that's a YouTube playlist that Sergey set up. So if you're more of a visual learner and you need YouTube videos to learn the stuff, check out the React.php tutorials on YouTube. He's there to set up like asynchronous worker and asynchronous other stuff and webhooks and stuff like this. That's pretty amazing. And then there is a talk from Christian Lück, Pushing the Limits of PHP. That's also super interesting if you're interested in the topic. And otherwise, dotbox.org is my domain and my blog. There you find blog posts to me, you find all the links to my social media stuff, and those slides. And with this, that's all, folks. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Florian.
You're welcome.
That was very nice. I like it. Live coding on stage. That's
Cozy, 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 cozy,
Oh,
cozy,
oh,
cozy,
oh,
cozy, cozy,
more
cozy,
cozy.
cozy, cozy,
Yeah?
cozy, cozy.
Cozy enough? Cozy. Perfect. Very good. Well, that deserves an extra applause. Live coding on stage.
And nothing went wrong.
Well, we got a present for you.
We do.
Oh, thank you.
You have your own Neos branded insect hotel and some
Nice.
tea. And
Awesome.
honey. No, just tea. No honey this time. Make your own now that you have a bee hotel.
Thank you. That's awesome.
That might be interesting for the kids. Let's see if we get 4 more of the bee hotels for you. And, yeah.
One for each of the kids. Make a competition out of it. Who has the best bees?
And we got
Nice,
some
thank you.
questions.
Yes.
So you said that you had fun with RabbitMQ in the beginning. Did that change over time, and do you have experience with other queue implementations?
So the fun in the beginning was more sarcastic. We deployed 2 RabbitMQ machines in a cluster, and that it actually works pretty amazing. You just connect to one of those RabbitMQ, and it magically balances all the stuff for you and delivers to consumers and stuff. That's awesome. But the problem we had is we didn't know that our hoster will restart both machines at the same time. So when they came up back, each of one was waiting for the other, so nothing happened. Yeah.
Okay.
That was stupid. And regarding the other
Queue implementations?
other queue implementations, yes. No. So for just work with RabbitMQ, I played a bit with the Amazon SimplyQ. RabbitMQ had a bit more features. The thing is, you need to host it yourself. I think there is hosted services for you also for RabbitMQ and other tools. So it depends mostly on what you need and if you want to self-host or not. We hosted self back then, so we decided to go with RabbitMQ. I just can say don't use MySQL.
Oh, yeah. Is PHP optimized for nesting too many anonymous functions in a call stack, and do you make them static to improve performance?
Yeah, that's the usual callback hell thingy. If you have too many promises, you chain and chain and chain, it gets just deeper and deeper and deeper. There's a few things that you can do. First of all, you can make them static if it's just anonymous callback. The other thing that you can do is, like you've seen on the slides, you can not implement your function inline, but just you can actually give it a function name or a method from a class. So you can write your stuff in classes or in objects, and then you can refer to those and give that as a callback. I mean, a callback in PHP is a lot. A lot of stuff can be called in PHP, or callable in PHP, sorry.
Yeah. So how do you deal with partially failing message processing, like one of the line item posts running into an error response? Bernhard.
Yes, that's a tricky question. So, so first of all, one of the ideas was that we just push a order event into an order queue, and then we have one worker do like all the stuff, like send the email, send the tracking data, capture the money. The problem with you do that is you have exactly this. You have what do you do with a partial failure? So in this case, we decided to, the first thing we decided to do is to split this up into multiple queues. So have one queue per worker ID. So one that sends out the email, one that captures the money, one that does tracking. And then for the tracking thing, we decided to just ignore it.
It's a great way to deal with problems.
Yeah. Just ignore the problem. Like we added logging so that we actually see how much stuff fails. And we found one thing, we had a test article in the shop that was not listed that we could buy and we could test our shop system. So we actually had a script that ran every 3 minutes to order this hidden test article. And then this was also pushed into the queue. And those requests got rejected because the catalog service didn't have that article. They didn't know about this, so they rejected this. And then we learned about that we don't need to send tracking data to services for hidden articles. So just log the stuff and observe.
Now we get a critical question. Isn't a valid reason against PHP that long-running processes are not really favored by the PHP ecosystem? Big memory allocation and runtime caches. And one has to restart the PHP process more frequently than in other systems.
So I would argue that that's not true anymore since PHP 7.
Concise.
Fight.
Oh, we get a ton of questions left. So
okay.
I would say we take another 2 out of them.
As official timekeeper, I allow 2. And then we'll see.
So let's see. That one's, what are typical operational issues with React PHP?
The typical thing is that like it's handy. You write your code and like it has to be all asynchronous, so it has to be all non-blocking. And one of the things is that you're like, oh, I just need to read that file, so just do a file get contents. The problem is this file get contents will block. Now you're single threaded, so it will block your entire event loop. So nothing will happen that time anymore. And if that file that you read via file get contents happens to be a NFS mounted remote file and the NFS server is gone on the other end, then it waits for 60 seconds probably, and that blocks your entire loop from doing stuff. That is not too big of a problem if it's like if you're asynchronously working on consumer stuff, but if you have WebSockets, for example, then your server will not handle any requests anymore. So this is something that could happen pretty easily. And the other stuff, just as seen in my examples, I don't handle the corner case of problems, so some promise get rejected. You need to handle these things. You can ignore them, but then like stuff happens.
Have you ever experienced memory leaks in your consumer when dealing with more complex stuff, such as doctrine in it?
So I have experienced leaks in the consumer, but not in memory leaks, as in with doctrine or stuff, but in socket leaks. So the problem is that if you don't handle all of these cases, then sometimes it might be that a socket that is open to communicate to something doesn't get closed. Now, if you rely on the stream select implementation, you have a socket limit of 4096, I think. And if you reach that, you won't be able to open new sockets anymore.
Good.
That's a problem, because then you come to an halt.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, you joined NEOS conference. You had a great talk here. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Have a lovely rest of the day and a safe trip home.
Will do, thank you.
And you guys give him another round of applause. And after you're done applauding, don't forget to rate his talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want them?
gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution. Call it whatever you need. Make a resolution. Battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all go down in flames. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Ooh, let it all burn. Ooh, let it burn. Let it all burn down. Gonna tear it all 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 down. I punch my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's unambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored.
roll it up. It's gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the priests told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution. Call it whatever you need. Make a resolution. Battle till you bleed. Prophets and the preachers warned you, but you waited too long, and now your chance is gone. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all go down in flames. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Let it all burn down in the fire. Ooh, let it all burn. Ooh, let it burn. Let it all burn down. Gonna tear it all 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 down. I punch in my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Boy, you just need to mention
Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
Hello, 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 and welcome back from lunch. I don't usually bring my drink up on the stage with me. I usually store it underneath my chair, but if you will look around, you will realize I no longer have a chair, so I had to bring it.
And remember, the emergency exits are to your left and to your right.
All right, we were just talking, do these two guys need a big introduction? And we decided probably not. Because if you don't know these two guys, then hi, this is Neos CMS. So we'll make it short because my timekeeper says we're already running a little bit late, I think. So go, 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 go. Welcome to stage, Marc, Henry, and Sebastian.
And
All right.
in case you got more than this 6 things you didn't know, ask them in the app.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Yes. I'm Marc Henry, and this is Sebastian. But yes, we will tell you today about 6 things you didn't know about Neos 9. And as we're both very much involved in the progress, Sebastian much longer than I have been, we don't know what we're talking about. So I've been in the core team since November 2021. And yes, Sebastian, you actually don't want to say anything about yourself. Okay, perfect. One more thing, if you have any questions, you can ask us directly, or I'm in Slack at Marc Henry Schultz, but you probably know already this because I'm one of the 3 main. Yes. Our first topic is value objects and how to learn to love them. Sure, it's a lot of buzz around them, but since we use them quite a lot in the Neos 9 content repository, you should not be afraid to use them or interact with them. You have to. There are abstractions, like for flow query, there's everything capsule array. It works on primitives, but let's see what they are. So there's a lot of. I try to keep it simple, and it is simple. So the first point we can already ignore for now because Sebastian will talk about immutability. Value objects are about encapsulating values, type safety. They have factory methods. There might be some logic in it. So if you delete some of it, for the important parts, you will have ways to construct the value objects, either from primitive values or from nested other value objects they contain. And another thing is the part I just slowly cut, logic. They naturally draw a lot of logic value objects. So usually you ask yourself if you have something like a constraint about a workspace name should not be more longer than X characters because the database table column has to be restricted, and there should be just some we don't trust user input. And it should obviously go back to the lowest level. And it's a great thing to have validation in the constructor and inside the value object itself, because there actually has no need for documentation anywhere. If you can look at the value object itself and see what if I can instantiate it with this value, it is probably a correct way of using them. And the second thing is other logic also naturally is drawn to the value object, and this is perfect in my opinion, because utility classes are a thing that we in the Neos 9 or in the core team now we try to not have them around everywhere, and the problem with utility classes is that you must be aware of them. You have to know that there is a utility for that. If I want to transform this value object in combination to this to another, or if I want to create this super complex value object from an array or a string representation, or a custom syntax, there's for node paths, for example, that you split by a delimiter. And if you always need to know there's about all the utilities, you have to read a lot of documentation, and we have to document it. That is the worst part. So having all in one place is super easy. And another point, it's super unit testable. The alternative, like having it in a private method, is that, yeah, well, you like to have unit tests. Sure, there you can cover it with bigger tests in the whole scope, but it's always a good idea to have a precise test regarding logic that is not super hard, but you will. I always struggle when writing even simpler things, and I always do the off by one things. And so if you have like a test for that, that's great. And if it's all encapsulated in one object, well, you're one. And the last thing where we find them is the next slide about it as well, is it's like in filters, in option value objects, and well, even our node is kind of, I don't know if you can say this, value objecty. It's simple. Don't blame me. And the last point, value objects in PHP 8.2 and further are a blast, because they really do simplify things. As one can see, nowadays one just has like a node type name and public constructor with read-only properties, and you throw like an developer argument exception if the value doesn't match. You have from string and equals, and the same thing goes for collections, because you want to like have typed collections if you for static analysis, because typing array no type name always. If you like want to operate on a collection of those, it's a good idea to have this, and implementing the iter aggregate with get iterator and yielding the items, and it's just a wrapper around array. You will get used to it. It's a little bit of boilerplate. Sadly, PHP doesn't come with generics, but there's a huge benefit still in having those explicit classes, because they can draw the logic. If you just have like generics, you won't be able to put. It would just be an annotation. Here we can have like explicit logic that is related to the collection. So I'm running a little late, I think. So value objects and where to find them. We have like, I did a small analysis, not too much, just string finding. And I think we have like over 200 new value objects, or not, I don't know. Let's see, I just counted final read-only class and subtracted like 20 or so services. And this is, of course, first of a huge number, but it's not about the number, and you will be actually pretty easily able to use them. And these are the use cases, like set filters in the subgraph, for example. Like I think Bernhard explained the subgraph API last year, and they are also as well really nice to encapsulate any primitive values like the node aggregate ID, the node type name I just showed, and so forth, and so on. The idea about value objects is that you actually don't have to use the construction that often, and you don't have to like have a big hassle with them, converting them, because it should just happen once in the boundary. So you have a CLI controller over here with like some fictionary pseudo code that should actually work, and they are like the parameters, and we will pass them over to the set properties command. And just to make sure we don't mess anything up, we must use value objects in the core, and this is done via the constructors from string. And let's see if it works. Nah, I think. Well, I actually preferred a PHP stand slide for that. We removed that last second. No, but the workspace name is obviously not a value object, and thus it will crash, and it will also crash if you pass the content repository ID as workspace name or as node aggregate ID. It's just a good way of having like type safety.
All right. So value objects are a great way of bringing type safety into our applications. And this way, you cannot mistype strings with UUIDs. You cannot place one identifier where you need another one and these kind of things. So this means we can help you use the API because these value objects guide you really well. And they are an important building block for our second topic, which is about immutability. Who is doing some kind of functional programming? Some hands up, please. A few. Who knows what immutability is? Oh, quite some. Cool. Who knows what is a pure function? Who is a pure function? A few. Okay. All right. So immutability means that the state in an object, once it was created, will never change. Never, never, never. A thing is created, and then it will live on exactly in the way which it was created. So roughly, we can say it doesn't contain any setter methods. No method where you can set anything. And we'll see in a second why this is important. And if you look at the node class, so the thing is, do you know the node class in the current content repository? How long is it? Probably like, I don't know, 200, or I don't know, maybe 20 pages of code, or 50 pages, I don't know, right? This is the full node class of Neos 9. And if we remove all the comments, it's actually readable. So what is actually in there is we have it's final and read only, so that means it's an immutable thing. You get such a node object and it will never change, and that is guaranteed. It will never, never, never change. If you want to fetch new data, you just make a new query, and then this way you can, for instance, compare an old and a new node to see if it still matches, for instance. So what is in there? It's a final class. It has lots of constructor properties. These are the value objects we've just seen usually, and they are immutable as well. Then we have some creation function. That's just a workaround for PHP to have named constructors, basically. Oops, something is clicking here without me touching. Interesting. And then we have like getters, has, equals method, whatever we need, what is helpful in there. And as already said, the good thing is this is composable. It's like Lego bricks. If you have an immutable value object, you can wrap it in another immutable object, and it will be still immutable. And this idea is what makes this so powerful, because this reduces complexity in your code base. It's basically taking out one constraint, which is the constraint of moving things around and changing state. And I don't know who said that, but this quote of that state or mutable state is the root of all evil is very, very true. So objects will never change. They're easily comparable. You can easily create them, and you can create composable data structures. So by having something like a node, the node has a property collection, a value object for the ID and the node name, and the property collection has the serialized property values in there, and this has the serialized property value in there. So you see, so that's the so this one is the collection object, and then here we have the actual values in there, and the whole thing is immutable. So that means you are guaranteed that this tree of data will never change once you receive it. And this is important because you can use it very well with pure functions. So a pure function is a function like in the mathematical sense. So a function, it means it is deterministic, so you pass in the same input, you get back the same output, so like a multiplication function, for instance, and it has no side effects, which means that it's not allowed to write to disk, it's not allowed to send an email, it's not allowed to do anything else except returning something. And the question is, why is that important? Well, it is important because it is the perfect Lego brick we can get. We are able to pass in a node into a method which does something, and this method can call any pure function in the system, and we are guaranteed that everything in this step will behave exactly the same. And that is a great way to build composable Lego bricks in your application and to reduce complexity tremendously in your code base. This is not just applying to Neos 9, but basically to everything. I would say to many complex projects. So that means by having these composable functions where immutable values wander through them, you can build up very easily complex processing pipelines if you need that. And my recommendation is actually that you learn some functional programming. It doesn't need to be much, and I would not recommend to do this classical, functors, and I don't know what, like if you go to Wikibooks and do functional programming, you get a lot of like theoretical baggage, but what you actually need to know is what is filter, what is map, what is reduce, and the basic idea of slicing the problem smaller and smaller via dividing and conquering, taking a big problem, slicing it to smaller problems, and then building up the full result again. And this fits very naturally to immutable data structures. And on a meta level, why is that important? It is important because my brain only has limited capacity, and every of our brains only has very limited capacity in our working memory. So we want to do things which reduce mental load, and by taking things like modifications and state changes out of the system, we actually get more. We can load more information into our working memory, and that is a good thing. Right. So next topic is refactoring.
Oh, yes. Speaking about mental load, there's not only our mental load that has to like account for mutable state if we have it, but also like when refactoring, we have a huge gain in using value objects and immutability due to PHP Stan being able to actually understand what we can, what the code does. It makes it so much easier to work with the code and refactor things and just let the PHP Stan interpret the project and catch any bugs. With immutability, without immutability, that would be not so easy because PHP Stan it's just impossible to. It's the same thing the other talk just said about types. What types can't do, they can't like represent really what that a getter or something suddenly returns something else because it's just not a contract that is like documentable in PHP. So as well as refactoring is supported by PHP Stan, we also have a lot of trust in our tests, and we are proud of it. That we actually with Neos 9 managed to have like a huge test coverage. This is mostly done or even possible by us not trying to mock everything and compose super fragile unit tests or functional tests, but by actually using the content repository and the database itself. The thing is, when we look at such classes, there was like an orange border. In the background, we can see like a classic PHP unit or how we use build them, test, and flow. And it's like a lot of configuring. We need this, available this, we need to set up the content repository, and one can abstract this as well. But I think a good abstraction is not only putting the code in well-named methods, but, well, how about we just use gherking already and let that be the abstraction? Then we will never come to the idea of just putting like small sprinkles of PHP in there because it's not possible. We will have to, we have the border of like creating these abstractions, but it's really worth it because at the end, due to having like that abstracted array, I experienced that after refactoring now things in our code base while having the test already, the tests actually don't have to change at all. Only we have to write new tests for the new behavior we introduced. But the old tests, they are like they are really valuable because they won't change, and we won't have to like review a diff of a pull request where like most of the files attached are test cases. This is not a good idea. You can't really, without understanding each line, trust this pull request then. And yes. How I previously refactored, and you might see some overlap, is that before using static analysis and having superb test coverage, I manually traced back first or each caller, and then see how to adjust the call side, and then I will actually adjust the code, and then I think I'm done, because well, I only have the files open where I think they needed to be modified, and well, PHP Storm has a good idea of your code already without any additional linting, but I think it's a sure thing to say that you will have will miss a thing or two, and they will hopefully be catched by a unit test, but or other tests. But at worst, they will never be caught and only found by a new bug report in the Neos UI or somewhere else. And we obviously try to avoid this. And I can say that refactoring today with this huge test coverage and our good static analysis, I will actually go ahead and design or change the API the way I want it to be. Like, for example, I don't want to pass the node type anymore, but the node type name instead. Then I will just change the parameter type and see what will change. Do I need to adjust the code? And PHP stand will list me all callers, and then I can go click, 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 click. And the best thing, I can even do a even bigger refactoring and come back, and I won't have to remember where I left the refactoring at which date, because I will just rerun PHP stand and see, yeah, I didn't even start with this class. And it's so much more precise, and you have go to clicking if you click in the CLI, and to directly jump to the error than having to interpret test case failures. And it's just also much faster and much more fun to work with, because PHP stand really the messages are well enough for me to understand, and one can learn it. It's not TypeScript. There's a difference. Yes. So you should use definitively static analysis, and I think another good reason, especially for us as open source package community with multiple packages, it's also a huge gain for external packages, because we have the Neos UI, which is another repository, and there will be changes that have to be executed across multiple packages. And there are always situations when I have an adjustment PR and I will merge this, and then I see, oh, this PR can be merged as well, but it introduced new code that would now have to be adjusted as well, but the CI said, yes, it was green just a day or 2 days ago, and I trusted that, but now static analysis will actually catch this. And genau, exactly. Our next topic about the 6 facts is the node identity. And we had long discussions, what is our node and how can we serialize it? Not serialize it, the node and its properties, but the node identity, the thing that you want to pass maybe to a React application in the front end that will be passed again to a service route or anything. So I do want to ask you now, what do you think what the node is, and what do we have at hand right now? But if you are in Neos 9 already, what do you think? How can we identify a node? Anyone? Even the Neos core team members. Okay, then I will solve this little riddle that took us too long. Informations that we have at hand are the node identifier, and we call it aggregate ID, the workspace name, the content repository ID, because we have multiple content repositories. There's also the dimension space point where we access the node n, the origin dimension space point, Bernhard is like a good person to ask this, the distinction between the two, but there's also a lot of inline documentation. And another last thing is the visibility constraints. It's like, are we like hidden in context? You know from NEOS 8.3, the hidden invisibility is shown true or false. So from all these informations, we actually only need 4 things, because the others are not part of the identity. If you want to go in depth, you can ask me later, or anyone, I guess, who was part in the discussions. It's all public. But we settled with content repository ID, workspace name, dimension space point, and node aggregate ID, and this is the node address that will have a format. We're currently discussing JSON, so you can serialize it into a query parameter. This is how the NEOS UI will work and paginate, and also controllers we use for the backend modules and so on. In your code, this will look like this in simple, but when you like to use the content repository CRPE, you can obviously get the node instance by all the parameters I just elaborated. It's a good idea to visit Bernhard's talk from last year, even though we changed a little things of CRP. The main points still hold true, so it's a lot of code, but I don't know, yes, I don't things. So the property mapper is an easy way for controllers, and you don't have to worry too much about the realization. We will take care of that, even though at a future point we will definitely consider a more transparent approaches, since property mapping is always a little bit intransparently, and you never know what you actually need to pass from the front end, but you know from me that it is the node address in JSON. So I will give back to Sebastian.
So thank you. So what we are doing is we started at the very low level code-wise. We started at the nodes, identities and value objects, and now we are going gradually up and up and up the abstraction ladder, and we are looking into bigger and bigger parts. So now that we've seen how we can fetch nodes and what we need to pass in, now we look at the full system, the full content repository. And something which is really important to us is that you are able to run the new content repository in any PHP project. And to explain that, I have to explain how it works in NEOS 8 and 7 and 6 and so on, and how it is in NEOS 9. So in NEOS 8 and so on, the content repository looks somehow like this. So you have like node type management, node data repository, doctrine ORM, so the object relational mapping, some database schema, a lot of glue code, which you've probably seen if you needed to debug a performance issue in node data or node data repository. Hello, Seb. And the thing is, everything of this package needs the flow framework. So there's like maybe 500 dependencies between all the upper layers and the flow framework below. So it's not easy to tear it apart and to just run it standalone. It just won't work. There's no way we can do that. Let's compare that with NEOS 9. In NEOS 9, we have the new content repository, and this is roughly comprised of 3 parts, which is an event store. So as you've probably heard, it is event source, so that means we store the history of what has happened when in the system. And so it's basically a fancy way of saying we have a long list of things which has happened. That's in the event store. Then we have the events which describe these changes. They say a property has changed, a node was created, a node was deleted, a workspace was published, these kinds of information. We have commands and projections like the content graph. That's all extensible. That you don't have to worry too much about it. The thing is, this is all packaged and runnable standalone, and you can easily in one PHP instance, in one PHP interpreter, run, for instance, 3 different instances of this with 3 different sets of database tables. And you might wonder, why do you actually need that? Well, let's just talk about dimensions. Do you actually, who is running a multi-site setup in Neos? Yeah, a lot of people. Do you run that with dimensions? Also some. Who has had problems? For instance, the one multi-site wanted to have a German default language, the other one an English one. Yeah, quite some, exactly. We got you covered. So actually, because the content repository is, or there are separate instances of the content repository available in the current system, you can easily say something like, the first content repository will be configured in a way that there are no dimensions at all. And the second content repository is configured in German and English without any fallbacks. And the assets should we could also store the assets in the content repository. There are some experiments around that. And there we would maybe want to have a fallback from German to English, for instance. And now we can basically mix and match depending on what data you load. You would go to one of these content repositories, and then you either have to pass in dimensions or not, for instance. And this is all part of Neos 9, so you can easily configure that in this way, in this setup. So you can easily run the one side without dimensions, the other with a different set of configuration. How is that done? Well, it's basically done through clever dependency management. So the content repository is split apart multiple packages. So we have the content repository core, which depends on the event store, and the event store has a doctrine adapter, which is like the lowest layer, the storage of the events. This all uses the database abstraction layer, and we also use Symfony serializer. So that's the one component we use external, or these are the two components we use externally. And then we have the node type registry, which ties all that together to flow. So that means if you want to run the content repository standalone without flow in a Symfony project or in a Laravel project, you just use the blue boxes, not the red ones. And there are some upper layers, like an export functionality you can additionally add to the system. And this is also a blue one, so that means you can, of course, export in any system. Also in a Laravel-based application, you want to export your nodes, probably. And on top, then there's the Neos package, which then depends on all that and builds the Neos UI from that. And this kind of clever dependency management has some consequences. So for instance, the core is built without dependency injection. And luckily, last year, I had to step back for some personal reasons, which was really good. So we had another baby in 1 year ago, and yeah, that's and this way we had lots of new people from the core team join the efforts after the last conference, and by now we are like 6, 8, 10, I don't know. 6, let's say 6 people. Well, a lot better than 2. And one of them is Marc Henry. So, and I'm actually not doing anything anymore in the, well, except organizing conference, but not in the content repository part right now, except just talking with some people and so on. But actually the coding is currently run from the rest of the team, like Danny and Bastian and Marc Henry and Anke and Christian and others. Bernhard, Marcus.
Yes, it's always hard to keep
it's
all
hard,
the names.
Yeah, I'm bad. Martin, sorry, I'm really bad at names. Right, so I would be interested, Marc Henry, what made
Wilhelm.
you... And Wilhelm, of course. Yeah, Wilhelm is actually also joined. So I would be interested in why did you actually join this team like a year ago? What made you do that?
The team, yes. So I've been part of the Neos core team for a little longer, but not as long as you, but as the time got closer to Neos 9, just because Neos A3 was out there, We've just successfully released it last year around the conference, before the conference exactly. And to be honest, I never felt like I wanted to dig in the old content repository. I always was like, I can write an importer, but I never felt like, why is this so quirky over there and here, and what does the node data always do, and where is the abstract node data, where is the reason in this? But seeing that there were like always like weeklies around the NEOS 9 team, already back then a year ago, I decided to just visit sometimes, and I asked like basic beginner questions, and then I wanted to try out migrating like a few packages myself, and at that point I was actually working on node templates, and I thought it would be fun. Or I was just wanting to prove myself that it is possible, obviously must be possible, to create like from an array, an arbitrary shape, the same structure as nodes. And that turned out to be a rabbit hole at that point, because we were suddenly involved in a big discussion about deterministic node identifiers for tethered child nodes. If you wonder why that is, no, we won't cover that here. We took like, say, a long time, several weeks, because we only had meetups on Friday, to discuss this and keep going forward. And at one point it was like, no, we won't do it. Everything stays the same. And I was like, phew, now I can finally do it. And by then I was actually so deep in this thing, and also seeing that NEOS 9 will be the next thing, I was like, yeah, maybe I will rest a little on my fusion things and improving that. And yes, NEOS 9.
So exactly. So this is like what makes me the most happy ever, actually. I mean, as I've presented the NEOS 9 progress over the last years, is that this year is actually, we have it on so many more shoulders. And if you want to get a glimpse on that, you probably know Discuss, right? Discuss.neos.io, our forum. And there are a lot of release notes for the beta releases, and I've just read the last one written by you, I guess. And it's just really like explicit, and you see what's going on. And if you want to get a glimpse like what the team is really doing in detail, and why, and how you can change and adopt your code, this is the place to go. And this is really where you get a good feeling where we are actually. And it's we have this, how is that called? The big list of things or something like that?
Elephants.
The elephants list, yeah. But it's actually not that bad and not that big. So the elephants have shrunk a lot over the last years, I have to say. So it's really, I would say it's like these mini elephants you can get from Damien, maybe right now. So there are some details here and there, but this is actually what we are doing. And I think what is so exciting is that we all work towards the same goal, and we have and we push ourselves discussing these things, and we learn so much. So I have personally learned so much over the last years and over the last year by working together with a team, and I think that is what brings us together. And this is why I can recommend just to join the efforts in any way you would like. So just try this thing out. It will make you a better programmer, and this is what I can definitely guarantee. And the product NEOS 9 and the new content repository is a really, really, really great and good piece of software.
And I also feel really honored when talking to like Bastian or Christian about for hours about the NEOS 9 CR, that it's like always on eye level, even though I'm just there for like 1 year. And to be fair, I obviously learned a thing or two. I do feel honored to have like everybody who is like willing to go like deep dive into it, and will have, obviously you need like a little bit of own initiative, but if you're able to do this, we will absolutely welcome you, and there's no reason to hide. So our team is we've grown and a little in the NEOS 9 department, but there's always place and room for more. So
Yeah, so if you want to join us, we always meet on Fridays, I think at 10:30 or something? 10:15? Yeah, 11:15, sorry. And we meet in the NEOS Core Dev channel right now, or that's where we hang out usually. So if you join that, that's the place to be. We would really like to welcome many of you. That would be awesome. All right, I think that's a wrap. So I hope you learned something today, or we hope you learned something today. So thank you so much, and maybe we have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Well, that was nice. Thank you very much. You are going to get a present afterwards? There, back there.
We still have to work, I guess,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
answering the questions. also.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we got a few questions here. I was tired of putting in test just to see the questions here, so I put in a test projection.
Sorry, I was a little slow.
But, let me just come over so people see me on the screen. So one question here is, at the moment there's a lot of issues with dimensions, moving nodes, and property inheritance. Do you think that is going to be solved with the new CR?
Absolutely, yes. So that is the thing we can actually guarantee. So we have like tests for all these things. I think Bernhard has written most of them.
Yeah, Bernhard just bragged about like 6,000, correct me if I'm wrong, test steps or test
12,000, okay.
regarding node move. And we are about to do the same for copy.
So it's really, really well covered. It's at a point where we discover bugs in the current content repository by asking, by seeing in the new one, there's some undefined behavior. How did it actually work today? Oh, it didn't. Oops. Well, this is how you get an orphan node. Okay, so there's a lot of coverage. What we also have is tooling. If something would be broken, there's tooling to detect that, so which we call integrity violations, and then you can actually send us the events and we can reproduce exactly how it went to that. So it's a great debugging tool as well, so yes.
Perfect. So one person asked, how do I become a pure function?
Well, what I want to say, let me just think. By not having side effects, which is hard as a person probably, and by being deterministic, which is also hard as a person. So, but you can try.
And we got one last question. Oh, no. What about the other 1, 2, 5, 3, 5, 2 things I don't know?
About that. There are like documentations being prepared and also already there. But for the things you don't know, you can ask us more beginner questions should be placed in NEOS General. But if you have a really deep analysis and you debugged already many things, just open issue, ping us in NEOS Core Dev and
Also, don't be afraid to ping us, especially Marc Henry is really responsive, I have to say. So,
or ask us here in the conference.
Yes.
Perfect. And one last question, I might think that is one for you, Sebastian. Besides the new dev concepts in the new CR, what is changing for the editor with the new CR, and what will be the benefits for users and customers?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Actually, do you want to answer
this? So, yes. So the one thing is, for your users with NEOS 9 right now, it will just get more stable at first. So that means the publishing will be a lot faster. You will not have orphaned nodes, even if you publish a really big node move. That will be really just instantaneously. So these kind of improvements is what you will see. On the other hand, for the developers, there are a lot of features to unpack. So for instance, we have references which can have properties again. So if you model something like a friendship relationship, you can actually attach to the relation itself, like how good are you connected or something like that. So there are some new features on that level on a technical side. And for the end users, actually, and for like the end user benefits, The first thing which has actually landed a few weeks ago from Wilhelm is a feature for detecting conflicts. So if two people work on the same thing right now, they don't override each other anymore, but actually you get a nice dialogue. It says, you know, actually somebody has worked on that. What do you want to do from that, and how can you resolve this conflict? And that's actually merged right now in Neos 9 and in the Neos UI. So that is an immediate benefit you get. And now we get to the points why we actually would like to do it. We want to build the cool stuff, and that is things like in the longer run, things like content synchronization, for instance, is something which is really, really easy by that. We want Neos to be a really good team player in the web ecosystem, and this is why, for instance, pushing and pulling content is really, really important to us, and this is a lot easier with an event-based basis. And there are other features like this as well.
Wow, that is awesome. Thank you very much. So that was it for the question. Thank you very much for giving us this talk. Marc, Henry, Sebastian, this is your applause.
Thank you.
Now, that talk had a lot of audience here. Thanks for being here. Please don't forget to rate this talk. And next up at 3 o'clock here is observability in Neos. And down on center stage, it's the OpenStreetMap under the hood. Grab a coffee and come back. See you.
Love me so or
it up. Roll it up.
Hello, 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 hello. For the last talk in the studio stage for this conference.
Isn't that sad?
I'm a little sad,
Oh, yeah.
but I'm also happy. Because I don't have to be back on stage anytime soon, and because we have a very cool speaker coming up next. This is his first talk. Once again, be kind. Yes. Remember, our values, kindness. And he just flattered me. He's Swiss, and I recently moved to Switzerland. And when Swiss people speak to Germans, they switch to High German. But some of them trust and believe that you understand Swiss German, and they don't switch to High German, but continues to speak in Swiss German. And I just noticed Jonas spoke to me in Swiss German and to Dirk in High German, and I was so flattered. I am one of them now. All that to introduce someone who's going to speak English now. Sorry. Maybe catch him later. He'll charm you with his Swiss German. Jonas, are you ready? I am. We are too. Don't forget to ask your questions. And thank you very much.
So, this is a webcam. It's located at nearly 3,500 meters, or one of these is located at 3,500 meters altitude, and it takes a picture about every 10 minutes. It's mostly there to make us envy about what we're missing and how great the outlook could be. But thanks to this effort, we see things we would probably miss, like the aurora borealis at the night of the 10th May this year. And it's beautiful. I read a news article later after that event, and I thought, hey, maybe I can find even better pictures. And so I went to the website of Jungfrau CH, and there you can download every single picture. And we can make great animations. And I think it's about the same with software applications. Way too often we do not observe enough, and we miss important things. And I'm thrilled that this is the third talk about observability at this conference. So, welcome to my talk. This talk focuses on the general implementation, not on processes, not on actual findings, but on the tooling, and a rather general, and then try to show a rather general implementation. How can I implement tooling? Actually, I'm not the one that giving explicit advice, you have to do this or you have to do that. I will show what I found out, and actually, to be honest, I spent about 90% of the time preparing this talk with just coding. So, yeah, that's me. I'm Jonas, I'm a wildcard, and co-founder, co-owner at Wesol. And my life has changed. Since my amazing daughter was born, I prefer investing my time in my family, over spending long nights coding and hacking. What's great? And you still know the feeling of a project going well. You have your build pipeline, everything is green, application is deployed, everyone is happy. But suddenly, small problems sneak in. The latency gets worse. We have heard talks yesterday, today, about this problem. Some scheduled automatic jobs, they fail, and what worked in the beginning on production or your local machine fails. There are many commercial solutions, some even with source available license. You know, open source is not what it has been in the beginning, and they promise a lot, and they're very helpful, though sometimes they can be very, very expensive. But all of them, they're spanning their own ecosystem, which basically locks you into or to a specific product. You have to implement Sentry specific into your application. You would have to implement Blackfire, Datadog, Elastic, whatever, into your application. So I was looking, or 2 years ago, I heard about OpenTelemetry. And you probably all know this sketch from XKCD. we're going to invent a new standard. Something that is even more generic than the different products we have or we've had before. The good thing is OpenTelemetry is an CNCF incubating project, and it's not the most important thing is it delivers APIs and SDKs and shows how tools could look like. What are the protocols that we need to communicate between these parts? The goal is to be interoperable, and as of now, it supports almost every language we use. So PHP is one of them. Up to now, there's no, or as far as I know, there's no implementation into Neos or in Neos flow stack. So if you're interested in OpenTelemetry, go to their website, have a look at the project website, have a look at their GitHub. I want to talk about a central part of OpenTelemetry. As I said, they're defining protocols. There's an HTTP protocol and also a binary protocol that is even faster. The central hub is the OpenTelemetry collector. It's a thing you see here. Do you have a laser? Wow. It's a thing here in the middle. And the idea is to have this thing developed as part of your application. You can deploy it with your Helm chart, put it on your infrastructure, or even use it in the cloud. And all your application parts, be it different packages, be it different applications, or let's call it your microservices, can send signals to this collector. And from there, you're totally open. You can filter, aggregate, and route the signals coming from here to different other applications that you can use to analyze logging information, time series, tracing, and so on. So all the other names we heard today or yesterday at the other talks from Leonard and Sebastian, you can still use this project, these applications if you want, but you don't have to, and you're completely freely. And as of now, there are many, many exporters to basically all the existing commercial applications I showed before. So as well, go to the GitHub and see there are dozens of exporters that exist today. For me, it's interesting how can I use this? So when as an integrator, when I configure my application or I want to use this, if the application already supports this, I basically just have to set some environment variables, define where is my collector, and it basically works. The collector, on the other hand, it's a little bit more complicated. There are receivers, there are exporters, there are receivers, processors, and exporters. And you can link them however you like. This is a very, very basic configuration. And what I do here is basically just receive whatever I get and define some exporters. So for example, for logs, Loki could be great. So I configure my Loki endpoint here. For metrics, I could use Prometheus, and I define the endpoint for Prometheus here. And for tracing information, I will use Tempo from the Grafana stack. These names, logs, metrics, traces, these are the three pillars of observability. And just to get to know you a little better, who of you uses logs? Thanks. Who reads them? And who uses some automatic tooling to analyze them? Okay. So, thanks. So everything that comes out of the application, that's a signal. There are logs, there are metrics, there are traces. I want to dive into each of these in the following minutes. So logs, that's the oldest, the one we know for a very, very long time. We have some basically text information, we write a string, we send it to somewhere. Be it a text file, be standard out, be it some ClickHouse database I heard yesterday. And one thing about logging or log information, it's most of the time it's just unstructured. It's just a single line of text, I've done this. Yesterday we heard from Bernhard, it's better to use structured login. So send what was my event and then give the additional information. So the metadata. When I'm using the Neos world, there is already a great system that I can use. So we have a great logging framework in the Flow framework, and I can use this. And there's an extension implementing the monolog, let's say, ecosystem, so I can use even more endpoints to send my logs to. And the good thing, monolog supports OpenTelemetry. So with this link, the Neos or the Flow logging framework, monolog, OpenTelemetry, I then am completely open and can send things to whatever system I want. Here again, some source code. Everyone raised their hands beforehand, so I assume all of you know how can I use a logger in Flow. We have the more structured approach, and that's it for the first part. More interesting are metrics. Metrics are these awesome graphs you've all seen before. We have customers like charts, some colored images where they see how our systems, is it green, is it amber, how it's working. Metrics are the quantifying part. You can, basically, it's just a key with some attributes that work as dimensions and a value. So you can say, okay, how many logged in users do I have? 15. How many products have I sold? 1,000. There are different types. We could really deep into this, but it's for another time. Good thing as well. The people from Flow Native already did great work and implemented the well-known Prometheus. So I can use metrics or use metrics from my application and expose them, for example, to Prometheus. Here as well, the OpenTelemetry SDK has a rather different approach. Because when you're working with Prometheus, Prometheus fetches the metrics from your application. In OpenTelemetry, or the OpenTelemetry protocol handles it differently. The application itself sends the logging or the metrics information to the collector, or from there to other applications. So it's just turned around. And that's one of the probably easiest examples how to use this in your code. You get from the meter provider, from OpenTelemetry, you define what's the name of the thing. You can even set a lot more attributes and then define what is the value. The last part are traces, or tracing in general. Traces, it's like the stopwatch for your application. You can measure spans and record when has something started and when has it ended. They can even be nested. For everyone who was at the talk from, or watched the talk from Sebastian, you know these amazing flame charts for example, when you're doing profiling. In the end, it could look similar like that. Most of the time, a developer has a glimpse. What are the tricky parts? Like access to external system, HTTP APIs, database queries, fetching data from caches, and so on. And Sebastian told us before that these are the important parts to consider. In OpenTelemetry, they have a solution to make things easier. There is automatic instrumentation. So for most of the parts that we use, databases, caching, HTTP requests, there are existing automatic instrumentations for PSR 3, 14, 15, 18, and about 100 more in the PHP ecosystem to cover a lot of packages that then already support to send these traces automatically. Another thing is to use manual instrumentation, so to press my stopwatch automatically. That's one source code. It looks, maybe you see on the first glimpse, it's a little bit overwhelming. OpenTelemetry, they provide a PHP extension. It's not a package, it's an extension. So it's running as part of the PHP binary itself. And with this, I have the awesome feature to be able to use hooks. I can define when I use a certain class or a certain function in a defined class, what should happen before this class runs and after this class runs. That's a totally different approach than the one shown yesterday from Leonard with Excimer, who just checks for example, every millisecond where I am now. With this, I can exactly measure when has an execution of a function, when has it started and when has it ended. In the end, I mostly don't want to fiddle around with that because I'm coming from the world of business applications. We do a lot of importers, fetching data, calculating stuff, and so on. So we have access to the code that we use. So we could put in another thing how to build these spans. That's the most basic implementation as well. I get from the tracer provider my manual instrumentation, give it a name, and here in the middle, I put my long-running stuff. So I can measure how long does it take from here to here. Good thing is in NIAS, or in the Flow framework, one of the most outstanding features I like the most is AOP. And with this, I was able to write a small POC, and with this, we can do the whole thing I showed before with one single attribute. I know this is very basic, it's just to show how it could work. With this, I can basically, in my own application, in my own code, I could use the features, the usefulness of tracing with just a single line. And in the end, in whatever application or analysis tool I would like, so for example, personally I'm using, at Visual we're using Sentry a lot. I know others, they more in the Grafana. In the Grafana world, they probably would use Tempo. Others prefer Zipkin, or I don't know, dozens of other systems. One of the views could be something like this. So I see my business code, what has happened, how long has my my magic spells I spelled, how long have they taken, how are they nested, and so on. I'm coming to the end of this talk. So what's next? For me personally, I would like to have a robust implementation of all the of most of the features the OpenTelemetry API provides. It could be as an external package. As I said, I already started with some POs, with some proof of concept, how to do this, or even integrated into the Flow framework. So it could be similar like Symfony or Laravel, where this is already built into the main thing. Just to say, when you're doing logging, don't do too much. The slide in the beginning was awesome. Observe as much as you can. But when you do it too much, you could just crash. You can make your server slower because observer effect. If you observe, you also change. Don't measure too much. And it even happened to us when we were starting with tracing. We killed our Sentry server instantly, because we sent hundreds of thousands of traces a minute to this server that just couldn't handle it anymore. And beware of data plaintext card information or some raw plain text passwords to the systems. It's evil. It is. So, thank you very much. Thanks for listening, and I'm curious for questions.
So, Jonas, thank you very much. A great talk.
Thanks.
We got a little present for you. It's all about the iPad.
Oh, okay.
Nails Insect Hotel and the Tea and Honey box.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome. And we have two questions, actually. First one is your POC available on GitHub?
Not yet. I know mostly I'm the one watching talks, and whenever someone shows something, the only thing that interests me, when can I use this myself? I'm kind of a perfectionist, so we're not there yet. At least it needs some documentation, but we're planning to publish this on our GitHub from Visual.
Very good. And the last one is actually not a question, but an invitation. Let's talk about integration and flow. Love it, Christian. Christian is at home, as we know.
Hi, Christian. I'd glad to, yeah.
Connection made, integration and flow. Thank you very much, Jonas. This one is to you.
Thank you.
Please do not only applaud, but rate this talk in the app. And this was it for the studio stage for today. So you can all go downstairs, have a little coffee, and go to the center stage where Sebastian is going to hold the last talk for this conference. We are going to have a little closing. And then I hope a lot of you are going to stay for Contribution Day or even the Neo Sprint. Thank you very much for having been here, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, I was just bored, I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool.